Chapter 103. School comes to a close. Chapter text Saturday, 8th of June 1996, carefully setting down his case of correspondence, picked up from the mailbox at the post office in London, set to receive mail from the general public. Barty got out his wand to cast the spell that would clear his robes of the soot and remove the wrinkles at the same time. Traveling by flue was inconvenient at times. Now soot-free, Barty flicked his wand to float the case. It was heavy, and started to make his way through the house to the office he normally used to presort Lord Slytherin's mail for the man. There was no need for his lord to read all the silly proposals from desperate witches and wizards, be it for marriage, no-strings-attached affairs, or business ventures. In fact, when his lord had become more than annoyed by those kind of letters, Barty had proposed the open mailbox at the post office in Diagon Alley. So far it was working rather well. A high-pitched laugh, and the sound of the heavy coils of his lord's familiar sliding over the ground, he had heard that often enough to recognize it by now, drew his attention to the formal dining room he didn't usually venture into. The door wasn't closed properly, so Barty had no trouble peering inside once he drew level with the crack. Inside was the young boy, Marcus, crawling around on the floor in some rather short casual robes, over trousers and a buttoned shirt, followed by Nagini. For a moment Barty remembered how Nagini had chased and threatened Death Eaters to their lord's amusement at meetings in the past. He gripped his wand harder, preparing to cast a shield to keep the kid safe, before he remembered that there was no reason to assume that the boy was in danger. He had been laughing, and he was the Dark Lord's son. There was no danger. With a sigh, Barty conceded to himself that he would have to make sure, if only for his own peace of mind. So he stepped out from behind the door, pushing it open a little more. "Good day, Master Marcus. What are you playing?" Both child and snake turned so that they could see Barty. Nagini was half under the big table, the boy half hidden by one of the massive chairs. "Hello, Mr. Barty," was the sunny greeting he got, accompanied by a few casual tongue flicks from the snake. "We're playing ingredients gathering. Are you looking for something specific?" Barty asked, intrigued. He couldn't remember ever playing that sort of game. Most of the time it had been either Quidditch, hunting dragons, or tracking down a rogue werewolf. Valerian, lavender, and flabber worms. Marcus listed as if he had learned a list by heart. He probably was talking about flabber worms, which would make a list matching up with bases used for different variants of sleeping drafts. And maybe some rats, as Nagini would like a snack. "Don't." And there the sentence morphed into incoherent hissing as the boy turned to look at the snake, contentedly coiled up into a heap at his side. Bemused, Barty watched what looked like a lively back and forth between the boy and the snake. As he only could hear one half of the conversation he guessed was happening, he wasn't actually all that sure. But as there were frequent breaks in the hissing coming from Marcus, it didn't look as if the boy was talking non-stop. That Parselmouths were able to perceive the language coming from the snake. Did they even hiss? Was there actually a sound produced? Or was it all magic? Had always been kind of an enigma for Barty. Either it was all magic, or Parselmouths actually were born with differences in their anatomy enabling the communication with snakes. "Can you help?" Barty's musing was cut short by the boy turning back to ask him that question quite earnestly. "Can I help with what?" Barty had no idea what the snake and boy had spoken about. How should he know what they needed his help with? "Didn't you listen?" Marcus sat up more properly on his heels, propping up his arms at his waist, reminding Barty quite a lot of one of his old teachers back when he was learning his letters. "I'm not a Parselmouth, Master Marcus," Barty said, in the most polite voice he could manage, while also trying not to laugh at the picture the boy was making. "So I couldn't follow that conversation. If you could please explain again for me." The boy let his arms fall to his sides, the tension and indignation draining away almost instantly. "Oh, Dad said there aren't that many who can talk with snakes." Barty almost did a double take. He never would have thought the Dark Lord would allow his son to call him something as disrespectful as Dad. "Nagini wanted to know if you might have a snack on you." "I don't think I do, but you could call for a house elf to bring something." Barty really wasn't in the habit of carrying dead rodents around in his robe pockets. The way Marcus started to fidget with the seams of his robes told Barty all he needed to know. "Your father said she can't get any snacks, didn't he?" That was such a classical move to get around a decision made by one parent. Ask another adult for permission without telling them of the previous decision made. Then the embarrassment was gone, and Marcus sharp Barty a cheeky smirk. Worth a try. And off he went, crawling under the table. Chuckling, Barty went back into the hall, flicked his wand at the case, and finished his walk to the study set aside for him here on the ground floor. Time for some sorting. Charisma was impressed by how fast her two main patients, that was what she called them in her head, anyway, because they were so very interesting in their dynamic, were making headway into their troubles. That Lord Slytherin had decided to search out help was especially remarkable. If he hadn't accepted that he needed help, they never would have made it this far. He watched him put his wand into the small box he had transfigured back when he first came as a patient into her office, sitting in her own chair, Tom on her lap, purring gently. It had become kind of a ritual for him to place his main tool and weapon out of easy reach at the beginning of each session. Charisma had no illusions of how easy it still would be for him to kill her with magic, even without his wand. But she was glad he had found a way to put himself into the right mindset for therapy. She had had other patients with less complicated backgrounds who had a harder time working through their set of problems. But seeing as Marvolo Slytherin had split his very soul into more than two pieces on purpose, there wasn't much Charisma could think of that was on the same level of complicated. "How are your exams going?" Charisma asked, as a beginning question, when her patient had sat down in his own chair, one leg casually crossed over the other, his hands folded in his lap. "Reasonably well, I would say." Just knowing that there was more to that, Charisma kept her silence. It had proven to work rather well on Lord Slytherin, even as his smile and the glances he shot her when she left silence for him to fill implied that he knew full well what she was doing. And there it was again, that look. One of the tasks in my defense practical was to banish a boggart. I assume you know what that is. She had to give him that he managed not to sound condescending while asking that. Not even her own relatives managed that most of the time. A shape-shifting pest that impersonates the biggest fear of every human it encounters. They live off that fear, though I'm not sure if they're actually alive or mere embodiments of energy. Being tricked to encounter a boggart as a joke by a cousin had led Charisma to look them up and learn what she could to see if there was a way to defend herself. She hadn't found anything, but had been stuck speculating what they looked like when no one was near in morbid curiosity for a while. Correct. Lord Slytherin inclined his head and paused as if to order his thoughts or gather the nerve to go on. Mrs. Goyle waited while petting her purring cat. He had always been a rather affectionate fellow, and now remained relaxed around Lord Slytherin when the man came to these rooms for his appointments. You probably could make an educated guess on what form a boggart would assumed for me in the past, Lord Slytherin said, not exactly looking at her, but at Tom in her lap, contently cuddling. It changed a few times, but mostly was about me dying without being remembered or having achieved something. But then it simply was my own corpse. For a moment, only the cat's purring was filling the air with sound. When I encountered a boggart cleaning up one of the houses belonging to the Potter estate, it showed me my form from before a potion returned me to the form you see here sitting before you. But just before Easter, when I worked with Bill Weasley. He trailed off, and once again silence fell. Charisma felt that this was another main point her patient was working on in this moment. A person's worst fear, certainly, was something that could be considered important in getting a better grasp on problems that exist. I didn't take the time to wait and take a good look, although I did notice that it was an angry-looking copy of Harry, but there were too many dangerous things around to take time to contemplate that change. And he fell silent again. Maybe she should prompt him a little to help him keep going. And during the exam there was no danger, and you actually got to take a closer look. As she had learned that straightforward professional worked best with Lord Slytherin, while some patients needed open sympathy, he certainly wasn't one of them. She used such a tone, and chose her words accordingly. Yes. He really looked stressed now, and was breathing in a pattern Charisma recognized as one he seemed to use when occluding. And I'm not sure if I just interpreted the expression wrong those times in France, or if it changed again. Either way, he wasn't looking angry. He was disdainful, berating me for falling for his ploy, mocking me for letting me form a connection to him, for caring. I know that it's what I fear and not the truth, but at the same time I fear it could be true." They had a lot to unpack there, so Charisma started to help Lord Slytherin to accept that he had made himself vulnerable, and to recognize just how much happier he was for the fact that he had let Harry and Marcus in. There still was work to do, but he really had come far since he had started. Sunday, 9th of June 1996. In the flurry of activity, in preparation for the potions exam the next day, Harry had felt a need for some solitude and quiet. But he hadn't wanted to retreat to his room down in the Slytherin dungeon. The weather was too nice for that. So he was now walking around in one of the courtyards open to the sky, in the search of a place to sit and read without being interrupted. But it didn't look like luck would be on his side today. The younger years pretty much had finished their exams and were enjoying the nice weather as much as Harry wished to do, but a lot less quietly. Dodging another group of excited Garbstone players and their audience, Harry contemplated if it wouldn't be better to just fold and retreat to the dungeons when a gruff voice spoke up from behind him. "And not one thought to who will clean up all that mess when they scurry off from here for a meal, or to make an even bigger mess somewhere else." Not so long ago Harry would have jumped in guilt at hearing that voice, but now he felt an impulse to smile and turned with a friendly word on his lips. "Mr. Filch, it's nice to see you." Mrs. Norris was, like most of the time, meandering around her owner's legs, purring, and still was one of the ugliest cats Harry had ever seen. "Mr. Slytherin, you seem to be searching for something," the caretaker answered, not reacting in any visible way to Harry's expression of being glad to see him. "I'm searching for a quiet place to read that isn't outside where it's windy, but also not inside the dungeons where I would miss out on the sunshine," Harry answered easily enough. The wind was chilling outside the castle walls, and probably the reason why so many students had flocked to the courtyards when they didn't feel the need to study. "I've a commission to work on. If you're looking for a place with sunlight, and without hooligans making a racket, you could come and sit in my workroom for a while." Filch didn't sound any friendlier than he ever had, but Harry saw the offer for what it was. "That would be wonderful, sir," Harry agreed happily, and followed the other to the out-of-the-way workroom with its wonderful light. Harry had settled on a chair belonging to a work table near a window, and out of the way, getting out magic of intent to read a little, when a stack of big books was set down in front of him with gentle hands. "These are museum catalogues from various exhibitions from around the world. Magical and otherwise. You've had a pretty one-sided exposure to magical art so far. Hogwarts has a lot of portraits, but most of them are pretty old. But that's hardly all that there is." And without another word, Mr. Filch returned to the other corner of the room, setting up tools and materials to work on whatever his commission was. As he had access to his own books pretty much all the time, Harry decided to have a look at the museum catalogues Mr. Filch had offered him to have a look at. Who knew when the dour man would offer this again? A few pages into the first big book, filled with colorful and glossy prints of all pieces of an exhibition from over 10 years ago, Harry was enthralled. These pieces seemed to be magical abstract art from South American artists, and they were nothing like what Harry had seen so far. Not when his class from Muggle School had visited the National Gallery in London, nor anywhere in Hogwarts or the few manors he had visited since his adoption. Later, when his body let Harry know that he should take a break and eat something, he was surprised to notice that Mrs. Norris had made herself at home right on his bag and was sleeping. With a shrug, Harry turned back to the catalogue of an exhibition of sculptures he could eat later, but this was interesting now. From the other end of the room, Argus Filch looked over with a considering expression before turning back to his work, searching for a good match in his collection of linens to repair a missing piece of canvas. The job of headmistress, was one fraught with stress and frustration. More often than in the past, Minerva needed a way to relax in the evenings that went farther than reading a good book by the fire with a small measure of whiskey. So she found herself once more wandering the halls of Hogwarts in her cat form, meeting with all the familiars of students, running after mice, chasing her own tail, lounging in a spot of moonlight. Life as a cat was relaxing in a way life as a witch was not. The fact that she could let her worries rest for a while and concentrate on the relatively simple task of following a scent trail or investigate a rustling noise made her animagus form one of her most effective ways to get rid of some of the stress. There. What had that sound been? Ears perked up and swiveled on her head, trying to locate the vicinity from where the sound of steps was reaching her. In this part of the dungeon, there shouldn't be any humans around at this time of night. On silent paws, Minerva prowled along the wall in the direction of the soft sound of shuffling feet. Ready to pounce, more figuratively than literally, Minerva rounded a corner and stopped in her tracks, meowing softly. "Hello there, kiddie." Sanya, Severus' wife, was there, wrapped in a warm robe, smiling down to where Minerva was sitting in the usual cat fashion. Prowling the halls, can't sleep. For a moment Minerva hesitated, as she didn't know if Sanya knew that Minerva was an animagus. It was common knowledge in the castle, as transforming was one of Minerva's favorite demonstrations in transfiguration lessons. Had Severus told his wife? So Minerva decided to nod in a decidedly human fashion, taking a few steps backwards, after getting back to all fours, before transforming back into her human form, leaving behind the excellent eyesight for these dark corridors, and smiling at Sanya. "Something like that, yes," Minerva answered the question, delighted over the slightly startled expression of the other woman. "It's always nice to take a walk around the castle when it's as quiet as it is now. What about you?" "Can't sleep. And if I stay in our quarters with a light on, Severus will be there within minutes. It's funny how he can sleep with me not near, but will notice something is amiss when I'm sitting in the living room reading." Sanya smiled, turned, and fell into step with Minerva. "I guess someone in the living room in the past was always a student in need of help. But you're not married all that long that he would already be accustomed to never sleeping alone." Minerva posed a theory that could very well be true, even as she suspected that the man's life as a spy among the Death Eaters had a big part in that as well. "Possible," Sanya agreed. "In fact, I'm kind of surprised how often one of the prefects comes to our door in search of Severus, because something needs his attention. He certainly has some experience as a surrogate parent. I hope for you both that he'll manage as well with a baby as he does with his little snakes." Minerva was quite glad that Severus would be staying on as professor, even now that Albus wasn't here any longer, and there was no need to keep a spy at the school from either side of the past conflict. She eyed the woman walking at her side. The pregnancy looked to be farther along than she had expected. Severus and Sanya had married in November. Now it was June, but Sanya looked to be almost at the end. "How is everything going?" Sanya hummed, one hand rubbing over her stomach. "Reasonably well. The usual problems." She waved her hand around, not going into detail, "but my midwife and healer are quite happy with how everything is progressing. Only the last trimester to go." So Sanya probably didn't want to talk too much about her pregnancy, which Minerva would respect, of course. Therefore she changed the topic slightly. "Have you made plans for the summer holidays? We'll be moving to the manor after Severus has ordered everything in preparation for the next school year. The elves have finished renovating and will be planting some of the potion gardens." She rubbed her stomach again. "Well, Severus will be planting, and I'll be giving directions, most likely." Laughing at that mental image, the two of them wandered the halls a while longer, together this time. Ooh, Monday, 10th of June 1996. The weekend hadn't been all that relaxing with all the revisions they had done, and the rising tension. The stories that Ron had told them when Hermione wasn't near enough to hear made Harry a little more happy that he now was in Slytherin, and far away from an irate Hermione sniping at first years. They just had been asked to place their quills down as the written part of the potions exam was finished, and Harry was standing from his place, stretching his fingers and arms to combat the fatigue caused by writing so much in such a short time. He felt that the exam had worked out rather well, especially since Snape had helped him get caught up over the summer and had dropped his antagonistic behavior right from the start of the year. Making his way over to the door, choosing his path hoping to catch up with Marvolo before they reached the entrance hall, Harry rolled his shoulders. He may have been a little tense there, but his result in this exam would decide if he got to take potions to Newt level, and everything he had learned so far about the art of painting, magical paintings, indicated that potions did play a role in the creation of paints that would allow for the painting's subjects to retain memories and interact with those standing in front of the painting. It simply was important that he did do well. When Harry spotted Hermione falling into step right next to Marvolo, already starting to speak, it was almost too late. But he managed to dodge behind Gregory, who did look kind of disheartened, and avoid being pulled into the conversation. He really would like to talk with his father, but not to rehash the whole exam as Hermione was wont to do. "What's your take on this exam, Lord Slytherin? Did it differ much from the one you took the first time?" She sounded eager to get some first-hand information on how OWL exams had changed over the last decades. "Well, most of the principles haven't developed much, especially at the level owls are. There are some advanced techniques that you haven't learned yet that are pretty new. I think they probably will make an appearance in the Newt exam, at least a few of them anyway. Only the extra credit section was kind of surprising. You really did have Polyjuice in class." Harry heard the surprise in his father's voice and thought back to the long answer he had written on that extra credit question. It had been rather easy to write about the potion's effect and limitations, as well as on why it was banned and how to identify it. "Oh," Harry could see Hermione waving that question away. "We didn't learn how to brew it, but it was named as an example for a potion using lacefly wings as a stabilizing agent in our second year. Someone doing a little extra reading on those potions named as examples, but either illegal or too dangerous for students to brew, would have been able to answer that question." For a moment, Harry wondered if Hermione was thinking on how she'd spend quite some time as a cat-human hybrid after mistakenly putting a cat hair into her portion of the polyjuice. But then he stepped out of the hall, a few students between him and Marvolo talking with Hermione, obviously quite happy to do so, and gravitated over to where Ron and Neville were standing with a few of the other Gryffindors. His own housemates would be able to find him easily enough. "Feel prepared for the practical, Neville." Harry had been surprised when he had heard that the potion's practical would be in the Great Hall just like most of the others. He wasn't really sure how the change in scenery might affect his brewing. All that light, it was a sunny day, would make a big difference, hopefully for the better. "As prepared as I can be, I guess," Neville said, rubbing his wand hand up and down the side hem of his robe. "It'll help that Professor Snape won't be stalking through the rows. He's always distracting me. Can you believe he isn't allowed in because the examiners think he might try to help us?" Ron asked, still boggled by the very idea of someone accusing Snape of helping anyone but Slytherins cheat. "I think it's more of a general rule than one created with Professor Snape specifically in mind," Harry said once again, watching how Draco seemed to be reassuring Gregory, while there was a widening circle around where Hermione was talking animatedly. The breadth of her gestures was a somewhat good measurement of her excitement for a topic, with Marvolo a little farther into the entrance hall. "Maybe," Ron sounded dubious, but let the question drop. "There you are," Theo said from behind Harry, who turned just far enough to see his friend move through the sparse crowd waiting for the great hall to be changed back to its normal configuration again. "Where else should I be?" Harry asked, grinning. "I don't know." Theo did a fake thinking face that made Harry chuckle. "Talking with your father or taking a restroom break, maybe." Harry shrugged. Those two were likely options. "Fair enough. But as you see, I'm standing here, talking with my friends." Theo rolled his eyes at Harry, who grinned despite his general nervousness. It looks as if Hermione finally has found someone sharing in her desire to speak at length about an exam taken just moments ago. Harry waved in the direction of the open space around the pair of them and laughed again when Theo groaned. "She's bloody mental," Ron said, shaking his head. "But better him than us, I think." Harry looked towards Ron and wondered why exactly the other had been so interested in Hermione. He was constantly complaining over her interests and habits. It was kind of baffling. Luna's arrival, together with a large number of other students who were hungry and wanted to eat, distracted Harry, as she grabbed his hands and tugged him until he bent that little distance down to her with a smile for a kiss. Until the doors to the great hall were opened again, Harry didn't pay that much attention to his surroundings. And once the doors had been opened, Harry walked over with Luna to the Ravenclaw table, not seeing the eye rolls from his male friends or the fond look his father was giving him. Harry was much too engrossed in a discussion over the question of whether there might be dryads in the Forbidden Forest. Much too quickly lunch was over, and Harry stood at his workstation for the potions practical. There was a roll of parchment, and a lot of ingredients in bowls, phials, and tins, not one of them labeled. There also was a scale with a set of weights, a mortar and pestle, a cutting board, a set of knives, several stirrers, and a lot of other tools usually to be found in a potions laboratory. In short, there was everything Harry would need to brew any potion. There certainly was more than any one potion would justify. They were allowed to have blank parchment and something to write with, their wand, and their own dragon-hide gloves at hand, but nothing else from their own equipment. Taking a deep breath, Harry picked up the roll and broke the wax, keeping it closed, unfurling the roll to take a look at the potion he was supposed to brew. As far as Hermione could find out during her research into how owl exams worked, and what the older students had said, no two students at stations next to each other got the same potion, and they were supposed to know the correct ingredients by sight, which probably was the explanation for all the extras Harry had at his station. Fighting back another wave of insecurity, this somehow felt so much more important than all the other exams they had taken so far. Harry reminded himself that he had a plan. He got out a piece of parchment and read over his assigned potion. First, he would write out the instructions the way he now always did. Each step neatly ordered one after the other, not instructions strung along so long as there was room on the line, as it was usually done. With that format, he all too easily missed adding something that was last in the line if there was a part that took longer than a few seconds. The moment Harry had changed the layout of his instructions, he turned to sort through the ingredients to find what he needed and move everything he didn't need out of the way. From the other stations, smoke in different colors was already rising, but Harry ignored the feeling of being behind. He wasn't behind. Careful preparation was an important step, and rushing into this might well end with an error which he couldn't correct. After that, Harry put on his gloves, lit the fire under his cauldron, and started to prepare the ingredients for the base. He still had plenty of time and knew what he had to do for the potion to come out right. Once the base was finished, and the color matched what he knew it should be at this stage, Harry felt himself relax a little. He looked around while the potion needed to simmer for a few moments. He had set a timer spell that would alert him a minute before he would need to add the next ingredient, and noticed the expression of concentration, but not terror, on the face of Neville, who was brewing nearby. The absence of Professor Snape made a visible difference for the herbology prodigy. When his wand vibrated, notifying Harry that it was time to add the shredded beetle wings, he turned back to his work and was busy until he could bottle a sample of his potion and leave it at his station. Ooh, it had been kind of fun to brew a draft of peace surrounded by so many nervous teenagers. Marvolo was sure he was one of the few, if not the only one, having fun during this afternoon brewing. There weren't many occasions when one was able to brew seemingly under the open sky. Finishing up slightly early, Marvolo sat back on the stool provided and enjoyed the sounds of business around him. At a few stations, the vapors rising hadn't looked all that promising, but that was to be expected on the owl exam. Not everyone managed to become a competent enough brewer in 5 years, and exam anxiety did the rest. Walking out of the great hall at a leisurely pace, Marvolo kept an eye out for his son, and Miss Granger, who was an excellent conversationalist after an exam. It had been fun to discuss the questions of the written portion and the differences between now and back when Marvolo had taken the exam for the first time. "Dad," Harry called from somewhere further back, and Marvolo turned, smiling as he spotted his son, who looked a lot less nervous now that the exam was done. "Harry, you look as if you are reasonably happy with how you have done on the exam." The potion Marvolo had been assigned had been no easy one, but it also hadn't been complex enough that he hadn't noticed what was going on at Harry's station, so he knew at least that it hadn't gone horribly wrong. "I think so," Harry answered, grinning. "Will you return home right away?" The boy used one finger to push his glasses back up his nose. More of the students were walking by, and Marvolo could see a few of Harry's friends gather in a group a few paces away. "Yes. I promised Marcus that we would build a new castle and play with the dragons this evening." Mrs. Peters had told Marvolo that Marcus had missed him in the afternoons after school on the days that he had taken exams at Hogwarts, and that Marcus had played exams with Nagini. Or so she assumed anyway, as she had no idea what Marcus had told the snake. Sounds like fun. Just a fraction of a second later, Harry had enveloped Marvolo in a hug, and the motion to return it came much more naturally than it had the very first time. The latest piece of his soul he had returned to the rest hadn't brought as many changes to his ability to experience feelings as the many before, probably because it had been rather small in comparison. But Marvolo had a theory that he simply had had more practice and knowledge in how to deal with them and how to appreciate them. While enjoying the hug, it felt longer than it probably was, but hugs were great. Severus walked past and made eye contact with Marvolo. There hadn't been much reason for them to communicate mind to mind. Sometimes they did during Weisengamot sessions that were exceedingly tedious. But just as every time their eyes met, Marvolo felt and saw the impression of Severus giving a deep, sweeping bow sent by the other man. Almost automatically, Marvolo sent back a greeting as well as acceptance of the service and respect offered. Harry and Marvolo released their hug. Severus vanished, probably into the great hall, and Harry's friends tried to gain Harry's attention. "It looks like your friends want a bit of your time," Marvolo said, stepping back and ignoring some frantic whispers all around. The way Harry and he were hugging each other in public wasn't really the done thing for families of the high society of Britain in general, which was something Muggles and Magicals shared. But honestly, Marvolo didn't care what others thought about the affection shown between the members of his family. All three of them could use it. "We wanted to use a little of the warm weather to study outside," Harry explained the group of waiting students. "Then have some fun. Don't study to the exclusion of all else, whatever Miss Granger might say, and we'll speak later this evening," Marvolo said, making a shooing motion at Harry, who rolled his eyes at him but went with a short wave. "Have fun building castles." Harry was laughing when he made his way over to his friends, and the group trooped out onto the grounds. Marvolo would have to at least try to say farewell to the examiners. Anything else would be rude. When he walked out of the door of the castle down towards the village, Marvolo spotted Harry and his friends on a blanket, reading in a sunny spot. With a smile, Marvolo apparated back home, where he would impersonate a dragon, attacking a castle built out of toy blocks, for the rest of the afternoon. Ooh, Thursday, 13th of June 1996. Why did it have to be history as the last exam? Ron groaned, falling back onto the blanket they had placed on the ground near the edge of the lake and a few trees. "At least we're now finished with our owl exams." Hermione tried to calm her friend down. "And the results will come by owl during the holidays. So stop whining and sit up. I want to take a picture of all of us." She had run up to the tower to get her camera for a picture of all their friends now that they had finished their 5th year here at Hogwarts. It was a much larger group than Hermione had expected it ever to be. The most surprising addition was Draco, even as the other Slytherins were people Hermione wouldn't have expected to call friends at the end of last year. "Theo, Ginny, come. I want to take a picture. Luna, Harry, you too." It was like herding cats. Finally, she had managed to get everyone settled on the blankets and arranged in a manner that would look passable in a picture frame. Beside Harry and Ron, her very first friends, there was Luna right next to Harry, Ginny, and Theo. Draco with Vincent and Gregory. More because they always were near Draco than that Hermione would call them friends. Neville, Fred, and George grinning from ear to ear because they had rented a shop. Daphne and Astoria Greengrass, Millicent and Pansy. Setting up the camera her great uncle had given her for her birthday so it would take a picture on its own the moment Hermione was in place herself, and gave the command. She mused over the changes the year had brought. She now was heiress to a seat on the Weisengamot and a big family fortune, and on her way into politics, and with that a way to work on positive change, guaranteed. Harry now had a family. Sirius Black was a free man and a father. That she now was friends with Slytherins was kind of tame in comparison. Hermione headed over to the others, sat down right next to Fred on the one side and Daphne on the other, told everyone smile, and then flicked her wand at her camera to take a series of pictures. Then she went to get the camera and walked back to sit in the group that had dispersed a little. "What are your plans this summer?" Astoria wanted to know, leaning back on her hands, her legs stretched out before her. "Some art classes, more air lessons, and father hinted at excursions we'll take with Marcus." Harry started the round of plans exchanges. "I also hope to have you all over at least once, or come visit you." "That'd be great," Ron exclaimed. "Maybe we can come over to Potter Manor. Bill said that the gardens would be great for a round of Quidditch. Not having to avoid all the apple trees would certainly improve the game. I don't know, Ranikins, one of the twins said with a mean little grin. With Mum's ban on bludgers, the tree's up the ante, so to speak. Ran huffed. Playing in an open field with enough people for 2 whole teams would be great anyway. Let's see what we can manage. I'm sure Father won't say no when I ask. Harry broke the tension in a way he had adopted rather frequently of late. Hermione was glad that her friend seemed to be growing up to be a responsible person. We'll be in France for a while, the older of the Greengrass sisters said, her legs folded in a more demure manner than her sister. But I'm certainly interested in coming to watch a good Quidditch match. I'll come and play. Maybe we can manage a game with girls against boys, Astoria said, giving Ginny, who was cuddled into Theo, a rather obvious wink. That certainly would be fun. What do you think, Millicent Pansy? Do you want to play too? Ginny passed the dare on, making Hermione hope that no one would ask her to fly. Only if we play with beaters, Millicent said, an unholy glint in her eyes. That's my favorite position. Harry laughed, lacing his fingers with Luna's, who was seemingly following something with her eyes that was flying around in the trees. If we have a healer at hand, Father might agree to let us play with one bludger, but you're still a few players short. Hermione tried to think up a topic to distract everyone from Quidditch. For a team of 7 players, Luna, she, and Daphne would have to play as well if they didn't find other girls to take part as well. I'm sure we'll find enough witches, Luna said, without looking at any of them. Don't you think Angelina and Katie would be interested? Oh, that was a good idea. Getting those 2 involved would make for a more interesting match and would spare Hermione the indignity of flying on a broom. Feeling relieved, she got out writing material and started to speak, deep in planning mode. Coordinating all their plans to find dates where they could meet up would take serious effort. Let me draw up a list of when each of us isn't here. I'm going to be in Bulgaria for a while, and maybe Uncle Xerxes will take me to South America to visit with his older sons. She would not mention those sons who'd elected to torture upstanding members of society into insanity. So if we want to meet up all together, we'll need to plan. That made everyone laugh, but not in a way that made Hermione feel bad. These were her friends, well aware of her quirks and happy with them, just as she knew theirs and didn't fault them for them much. She really had trouble accepting some less than stellar study habits. She really was looking forward to this summer holiday. Ooh, how do you think you did in your history, Owl Harry? Sirius asked with a shit-eating grin. Remus really wants to know. That's not what I said. His friend called over from where he was preparing a fire in the fireplace. It was a rather cold evening. But you want to know anyway? Sirius called back, still looking into the mirror that showed Harry on the other side, sitting on his bed in the Slytherin dorms, a grin on his face. I think I did reasonably well, Harry said, moving back to get a better position against the mountain of pillows. I'm certain no amount of revision with Hermione would have been enough to do as well. Thanks, Professor Lupin. Sirius flinched at the sudden loud yell, scowling at his godson who was grinning unrepentantly. Please don't torment my poor ears. I'll try, was the much too cheeky reply. But that answer did make Sirius feel light as a feather. It was a relief seeing the boy so happy and relaxed. I hardly can expect more, can I? Sirius grinned back at his godson. Do you have plans for the summer holidays already? A few, Harry nodded. My friends and I want to meet, play Quidditch, and so on. We also plan to make a few excursions to different places with Marcus. And then there are 2 art classes I want to attend. While Harry went off a tangent to describe all that would be part of those courses, and what other alternatives he could have had, and why he hadn't chosen one of those, Sirius pondered what Lily and James might have said to their son being this interested in art. Lily would have loved it. Sirius was sure of that. He wasn't so certain about James. His friend hadn't been interested in art, not really. But Sirius liked to think that James would have supported his son in whatever path he chose to take. There were less interesting and prestigious careers than that of an artist. It wasn't one Sirius would take not enough action for his tastes, but it seemed to be something that Harry really enjoyed. Do you have plans for the summer? Harry wanted to know, and Sirius nodded in answer before he started to speak. I do. I'll take a portkey to visit Enora and Noll for most of the summer. Sirius was looking forward to that, and at the same time he felt kind of guilty. I hope you don't feel put out for me not being here. He really would love to spend more time with Harry, but he had promised to visit the girls as well. Why would I? Harry seemed honestly confused. They're your daughters, and you all had no opportunity to really spend time together. Of course you should visit them at home. Get to know them, teach them all that family stuff, tell them about all the pranks you've pulled. You'll be back before the next school year starts, right? Of course. Maybe we can arrange some kind of visit for you in the Caribbean for next summer. There probably are many interesting things to see and experience. Would you like that? How Sirius hated sounding so vulnerable. He should be sure of himself. There was no reason why Harry wouldn't want to visit. That would be awesome. Do you think Marvolo and Marcus could come too? Harry looked so hopeful that Sirius managed with difficulty to keep his expression under control. He really didn't like Lord Slytherin, but the man seemed to make a genuine effort, and he made Harry happy, and that was worth a lot. We have almost a year to plan everything. I think that should be possible. Ooh, Saturday, 29th of June 1996. Harry couldn't remember one year in all his time at Hogwarts that he had felt quite as carefree before the summer holidays as he did this year. One of the biggest contributions to his good mood, probably, was the fact that he would return home to his adoptive father and brother, a family, and not the Dursleys. And so he enjoyed pick-up Quidditch games, long walks along the lake's edge with Luna, evenings on the astronomy tower, also with Luna at his side, and only occasionally spent looking at the stars, and a few more sessions with Mr. Filch and his exhibition catalogues. There also were a few more sessions of the dueling club, and one memorable improvised fight of 3 teams pitched against each other. Of course, a few Newt students were taking exams in the subjects chosen less often, and a few of the younger students still had lessons and exams, but there were wonderful weather and no more homework. There certainly were worse ways to spend one's days. Harry was pretty sure he had done well in his exams, and was more than happy to have changed subjects from divination to runes. What Ron had told them about his exam and his attempt to read the future from a crystal ball had been terrible. And so, it was with a light heart and a smile on his face that Harry walked together with his friends into the great hall decked out for the end-of-year feast. The whole room was decorated in the blue and bronze banners of Ravenclaw, who had managed to gather the most points this year and had won the House Cup with a small lead on Slytherin, which was closely followed by Gryffindor. Not the worst outcome in Harry's eyes. Tomorrow the train would go back to London and the holidays would start. But first, there was the feast to enjoy. Chapter 104, Back to London. Chapter text Saturday, 29th of June 1996. Harry and his friends had been a little bit early, and while all the professors were already there, the students weren't. While they were waiting, Harry enjoyed the chatter around him. Blaise and Thea were arguing over the best wax for care of a broom, and looked up at the ceiling, enjoying the play of colors as the sun was nearing the horizon. That would be an interesting palette to play with. Suddenly the constant din of voices died down, drawing Harry's attention to the front and the head table where Professor McGonagall stood behind the lectern looking as stern as ever. "Good evening." Her voice easily carried through the great hall, either by magic or her natural ability to project her voice, and everyone was silently watching her, even the Weasley twins. This year has brought many changes to Hogwarts. Harry heard a snort somewhere from his right and silently agreed. That had been a massive understatement. New students have found their footing, and our graduating class will be leaving the school this summer to go out into the world and explore it and their future. All others will return after the summer to start another year of learning. She certainly had a different style than Dumbledore had had. Not that Harry remembered all that many end-of-year speeches. Before we all eat, I want to inform you of a few more changes coming in the next school year. Professor Slinkard will not be returning next year, as he plans to invest his time in writing a new edition of his book. A massive wave of applause and murmurs forced the headmistress to pause, and Harry, while relieved that the theory probably wouldn't be that big a part of lessons next year, thought it was a little bit rude to make their feelings quite that obvious. "We all wish you the very best, Wilbert," she continued once the clapping and murmurs had subsided. Professor Slinkard gave a short nod, but didn't stand to give a speech of his own, thankfully, and Professor McGonagall moved on. "We hopefully will also have a new Transfiguration professor and head of Gryffindor. But one change needs your action before the new year starts. Harry, whose attention had started to wander, perked up. Was that what he thought it might be? Mr. Argus Filch, who is our very own art conservator, has agreed to offer an art class spanning all years beginning next year. If you're interested in attending such a class, you should send an essay and some examples of your own work to Hogwarts before the end of July. Professor Filch will screen the applications, and information of acceptance and needed class materials will be sent out with your usual letters. Harry didn't pay much mind to Professor McGonagall's closing words. He was too giddy at the opportunity to get to attend an actual arts class at Hogwarts next year. He only realized that the headmistress had finished when the platter before him filled with a big mountain of roasted chicken legs and wings, and everyone around him started filling their plates. "Do you want some peas?" Gregory asked, holding up a bowl filled with peas. "No, thanks," Harry said, shaking his head. "Theo, can you give me some of the mincemeat pies?" "Sure," Theo answered, taking Harry's plate so he could move it closer to the dish where the small pies were. "So, are you going to apply?" Daphne asked, daintily spearing some potato pieces onto her fork. "Apply for the art class?" Harry asked, accepting his plate back from Theo and reaching for a boat filled with gravy to drown his pie in its contents. Daphne nodded, chewing, so Harry didn't wait for more of an answer and explained his thoughts on this topic. "I plan to apply. Not sure what to write about. Maybe I should ask him before we leave tomorrow. If he can elaborate on what the essay should be about, that would be helpful. Selecting what to send as an example of my art is a little bit easier. We spoke about how to assemble a portfolio if I want to go to university after I'm finished here, and also what a master might require if I wanted to be an apprentice. In fact, Harry felt pretty confident that he would manage to compose a good application. I'm more interested in who else might apply. For a moment, there was silence around Harry, who used that to finally start eating. He knew that none of his year mates in Slytherin were interested in art, or at least not in creating art on a level that would make them wish to take classes on it. "Do you think there will be enough people taking it to even have the class?" Draco asked suddenly, sounding thoughtful. "I know that some years, it's not all that certain that a new arithmancy class will start." Harry shrugged, chewed, swallowed, and then answered, "I'm pretty sure that it'll take place even if I'm the only student. Mr. Filch hinted that Professor McGonagall wants to bring back more variety to the school and hopes to get interested professors by showing that she can come through with all that's needed." Until now, Harry had known that Mr. Filch had been offered the opportunity to teach, but not whether or not the man had decided to accept. But Filch as a professor? Blaise asked, wrinkling his nose as if he was smelling something bad. "He's a squib and an unpleasant person on top. I'm not sure anyone will dare to apply." "When have you ever interacted with him?" Harry wanted to know. Ever since Mr. Filch had shown Harry the workroom, Harry's view of the man had changed, but he knew that the general student population had a less than favorable opinion of Mr. Filch. "Interacted? Not much. The last time I was near him, I tried to avoid him because I was out after curfew." Blaise shrugged, basking in the chuckles his allusion to breaking the rules got him. Even Harry had to chuckle. Even under his invisibility cloak, and with the map, it was a nerve-wracking experience evading Mrs. Norris and Mr. Filch. But it had been enjoyable to evade the patrols in the halls with Luna there under the cloak as he escorted her back to Ravenclaw Tower. "Well, if you really are interested in art, it probably is worth the risk. And let me tell you, Mr. Filch knows his art," Harry said with conviction because it was simply the truth. "If you say so." Blaise didn't seem convinced, but he didn't need to be. That others were listening in, as they almost always did, and would inform others of what Harry had said, was much more important. Remember our third year, when the Gryffindor Guardian portrait was damaged. Mr. Filch was the one to repair it. He also does commission work on magical paintings. I'll apply for sure. That should be enough to make it through at least part of the student population during the train ride tomorrow. It would be kind of lonely to be the only art student in that class, and it would be sad if another interested in art might not apply because Mr. Filch had such a sunny disposition. "Do you know if your mother will be there tomorrow to pick you up?" Daphne asked Draco, moving the topic in an entirely different direction. Content to eat and listen, Harry wondered if Marcus was looking forward to seeing him again, or if his little brother would be unhappy with having to share the attention. When dessert replaced the more savory foods, Harry happily filled his plate with a good helping of the multi-layer ice cream sculpture that appeared right in front of him. It was much easier to enjoy the good food knowing that he would not be made to eat less than his cousin, who was forced to follow a strict diet in an attempt to make him lose weight. Later, a sleepy and stuffed Harry followed his friends down to the common room and their beds. Sunday, 30th of June 1996, a herd of hippogriffs was running across the field of lush grass reaching from horizon to horizon, and he smiled, effortlessly rising into the sky. There was a big, almost endless forest not far away, and it sounded as if there was an even bigger herd on its way. With a start, Marvolo woke up. There was a heavy weight on his bed, mostly resting over his stomach. It took only the fraction of a second until Marvolo was awake enough to register the chattering in his ears and to realize that Marcus had run into his room and was talking a mile a minute. The only light was the light from the hall falling into the room through the small crack the open door provided. Harry'll be back today, then we'll be playing every day and flying. I'm sure if I ask, he'll take me up on his broom. And can we go now to pick him up? Marcus was obviously wide awake, and Marvolo was really glad that the wards around the house were good enough that he didn't feel he had to keep his wand directly under his pillow when he slept. He didn't dare contemplate what could have happened being woken in this manner with his wand readily available. Maybe he should set some wards to wake him should someone enter his bedroom. Marcus, Marvolo tried to interrupt the torrent of words. Marcus, it's not even light out yet. Down near his feet, a grumbly hiss was heard. Bubbly hatchling is up way too early. Make the bubbly hatchling sleep again. Nagini wasn't happy to be awake either. Marvolo felt Marcus deflating, and biting back a sigh he sat up, taking his son with him. Harry will be back later today. He and everyone else are probably still asleep. In a few hours the train will start on its journey and arrive even later at the train station here in London. Harry will be here for dinner. Marcus slumped against Marvolo's shoulder, and Marvolo placed a kiss on the little one's head. I'm excited too, Marcus. But if we get up now, it'll be long hours of waiting till Harry is here. Let's sleep a little longer. Marcus nodded and started to tug at the blanket. Resigning himself to little bony knees, elbows, and feet poking him, Marvolo moved the blanket so that Marcus could slip under them and placed his arms around his son so they would both be comfortable. I'm so happy that Harry comes back today. Marcus mumbled into Marvolo's shoulder, wiggling to find a comfortable spot, the same as Nagini was doing further down on the bed. I feel like I might explode with happiness. That simple statement filled Marvolo with a complex mess of emotions, too many to find any words to say in answer. So he simply hugged his small son a little tighter for a moment, placed another kiss on his head, and murmured some platitudes. Maybe you'll dream something interesting to tell Harry about later. It didn't take long for Marcus to fall asleep, but with all those emotions doing cartwheels inside of Marvolo's mind, he had to employ a clemency to calm down enough to sleep. But eventually sleep found him again, wrapped in the embrace of his son and familiar. It was a peaceful place to be. Sunday, 30th of June 1996, just as it happened every year, there was a hectic search for lost property going on in the Slytherin dungeons. The pandemonium he had experienced himself as a student had decided his policy of the pack-ed trunk before going to the leaving feast. Not that it was truly working. With a sigh and a flick of his wand, Severus collected the scattered possessions of various students from all corners of the common room in the middle of a carpet in front of the main fireplace. It was early and the students were just getting up, so there was no chance of someone being injured by flying books, trinkets, empty potions files, sweet trappers, chocolate frog cards, half-empty packages branded as skiving snack boxes, and many items more. The elves were tasked with keeping the castle clean, but Severus had made sure that they wouldn't remove items belonging to any students from the common room or the dorms. Somehow his charges needed to learn to keep track of their belongings and keep order. It usually worked pretty well, but there always were a few things that managed to be kicked under the shelves, seats, and into other hard-to-reach places. Before the students would arrive to look through the finds and collect what was theirs, this was a well-established tradition by now. Severus quickly removed potion files. He needed to check what those were, and everything that was labeled WWW in bright patterns and colors. No need to return potentially harmful products to his students. If they were careless enough to leave them lying around, what would happen if they got them back? When the first student moved into the common room, Severus quickly pocketed the cardboard package of something called canary cream and turned, trying to look unperturbed and calm. Relatively unsurprisingly, it was Mr. Slytherin who walked into the common room, as put together as he ever got. That hair of his seemed to be an impossible case, but the robes were fresh, the tie neatly tied, and the shirt tucked in. "Good morning, sir," the boy greeted, giving a tiny inclination of his head. "Mr. Slytherin," Severus returned the greeting, feeling wrong-footed by the very fact that the boy was paying him the respect he was due. It simply didn't go well together with the face of his school-time enemy. Those glasses were different in design, but they were enough of a reminder, and the eyes of his very best friend. But even with those visual reminders, there were the colors of Slytherin in the boy's uniform, and the memory of many hours spent teaching the child occlumency and the basics of potions. There really wasn't much to say, so Severus simply stood by the hall of lost items waiting for the other students to arrive, watching Mr. Slytherin inspect the various items. It didn't take long until the common room was filled, prompting Severus to recite his speech, as he did each year. "Take only the things that are yours to claim, and if there's something that you no longer need, put it in the box over there." He waved a hand in the direction of the box, "so another may claim it." After that, Severus made his escape, a dignified retreat towards one of the more out-of-the-way niches near the door to their quarters, watching all those teenagers searching for their lost possessions. "I thought they were required to have their trunks packed yesterday," Sonia asked from behind Severus, her arms snaking around his midsection, her head coming to rest on his shoulder. "They were, and they have. For the most part, at least. I'm sure a few pajamas, stuffed toys, and the like probably aren't packed yet. But it's a lot more organized than it would be without my insistence on the trunks being packed early," Severus answered, speaking low enough not to be overheard from the group bantering over chocolate frog cards and celebrating the return of trinkets thought lost. "I'm sure you're right, love," Sonia said, pressed a kiss to his cheek, and walked back to their quarters. Severus would follow her as soon as the students were finished. "Ooh, has anyone seen my makeup? Trevor, come on, where are you?" Hermione carefully placed Crookshank's favorite blanket in the carrier that had served as a bed for him, placed next to her trunk and a little out of the way the whole school year. She rolled her eyes when another of the boys hollered downstairs if someone had seen his Falmouth Falcons Quidditch jersey. She had had her stuff packed before the leaving feast yesterday, and Hermione wasn't really sure what the difficulty was. There had to be something. Why else would so many now be running around like headless chickens, searching for seemingly important objects at the last minute? "Have you seen my transfiguration text, Hermione?" Ginny asked from the door, looking decidedly frazzled, hair escaping from her ponytail. "No," Hermione answered, standing up from her crouch, automatically smoothing her skirt. "Did you check on all the tables in the common room and all the beds in your dormitory?" "Yes, I did." There was an impatient undertone to Ginny's response, and she was gone before Hermione could propose the idea of trying an Accio charm in each room that the book might be in. Shrugging, Hermione checked her bag for the books she wanted to have at hand during the train ride, before giving Crookshanks another good ear scratch. The elves would make sure that her familiar would be down at the train, before walking down through all the usual chaos just before the summer holidays to go and eat breakfast. Dodging a flying pair of socks, she made it to the portrait hole and slipped out, her book bag slung over one shoulder. During the rush on the carriages, and all the back and forth, Draco somehow had ended up in one carriage with Crabbe and Goyle as well as Harry. It wouldn't have been his first choice, and probably also not Harry's, but it no longer was the possibly volatile combination that it would have been before this summer. "Are you looking forward to going home and seeing your baby sister?" Harry asked, sitting relaxed on the opposite bench, looking out at the passing grounds. Draco was of two minds about that, but he smiled and nodded. "It's not like we can actually play together, yet. But yes, I'm happy I'll be home again and seeing her and our parents." And he was, even while he was apprehensive what changes this might bring to his own life. Harry turned away from the view as their carriage rumbled over an uneven stretch of road. "I'm looking forward to the holidays." even with all the lessons I'll have." He laughed and dragged a hand through his hair. No wonder that it always looked as if an owl had made its nest in there. Isn't he a demanding father? Draco felt like smashing his face into the window of the carriage. That wasn't something he had wanted to ask. He did want to know, but asking was rude and gave too much away. One brow winged up, almost vanishing in the unruly hair, and Harry gave a wry smile. "You've seen us interact." He gave a small, one-shouldered shrug. "I've got a lot to learn, and Father makes sure I do. But he isn't unreasonable. You've read the stories just like everyone else. He knows what bad guardians are like. I guess that's why he works so hard to be better." There was another shrug, and Draco heard the admonishment his own governess always had barked out, in a ladylike manner, of course, when he had done something like that back when he had been not quite 9 years old. "It's crazy. You're crazy. You know that, don't you?" Draco really wasn't sure what he should or could say to that claim. He had seen how casually the Dark Lord had cast that Cruciatus while holding Harry in his arm. And that man should be the same as the one who claimed to have grown up in a Muggle orphanage during a war. That just didn't add up. Harry grinned and shrugged again, picking up his bag that was resting near his feet. "I'm pretty sure you're right. It is kind of crazy, all things considered. But well, it works for us." The carriage came to a halt. They had reached the train station just outside of Hogsmeade. Before Draco could gather his own bag or make Crabbe and Goyle move, Harry had opened the door and made his escape. Sighing to himself, Draco climbed out of the carriage and started to walk over to the train. If he moved a little faster, he might find a compartment to claim even if he had to patrol the train from time to time. Ooh, it wasn't easy to find a private spot on the train. The compartments were filled with a few people at least. The few open carriages were never empty either, and the toilets were not a nice place to be, so Theo and Ginny had found a space between two carriages to have a quick talk. "I'm just worried," Ginny said, throwing her hands up, careful not to knock Theo against the wall. There wasn't much space here. "Mum knows by now. There's no way she doesn't. But she hasn't written a thing." Theo could see that she was worried, but he had no idea what to say to help her calm down. He was pretty sure that there was no way to calm her down without coming over as condescending, which was not his intention. Ginny's worries weren't unfounded. Over the years, Mrs. Weasley had sent more than one howler, mostly to the twins. I expected a reaction as well. He could admit that. It wasn't even hard to admit. The reaction from their parents had been the reason they had kept their relationship a secret at the start. Ginny huffed in frustration, placing her hands on her hips, as well as that was possible with what little space they had here. "Did you hear from your father?" Theo shrugged. "He didn't really say anything about it. I think he has fun teasing me about it. He wrote that I'm welcome to invite my friends, but that I, of course, have to observe the rules when it comes to girls visiting." Theo rolled his eyes. He hadn't really written his father that he had a girlfriend, not in as many words at least, but he knew that his father knew by all the hints that had been in his letters to Theo. "I'm pretty sure he didn't remind me of those just because he thinks I'm old enough to be interested in dating. And judging by the picture Aiden sent me last, well, let's just say, why should he draw me holding hands with a girl with red hair if you hadn't been mentioned?" Sometimes Thea wished there could be such a frank relationship between him and his father as Harry seemed to have with his adoptive father. Ginny rolled her eyes. "I say we kiss on the platform in front of everyone and get this over with for real now. All this waiting is making me crazy." Startled, Thea laughed. "I see the appeal, really I do. But you're sure that's wise? I would guess that with Harry being most likely picked up by his father, there'll be reporters around. I'm not eager to make an appearance on the front page of the Prophet, but making a declaration of some kind seemed to be a good plan." Ginny closed her eyes and rubbed one hand over them, the tension draining from her, slumping against the wall behind her. "What a mess. I guess I should have taken Harry's advice to just tell your parents and my father and be done with it. He really should have. But at the same time, I think telling them in person is better. So we tell them today." On the platform, Ginny asked, sounding skeptical. Theo shrugged. "I guess that would be best. We want to meet during the holidays, and we don't want to hide, so—" Theo was cut off by Ginny leaning forward and placing her lips on his. With that decision made, they didn't talk all that much until they broke up to search out their respective friends. Ooh, it was hard to control Marcus in the crowded train station. Marvolo was very glad that he could apparate them here, as he couldn't even imagine how he would have managed in the Muggle part of the building. While it was crowded here on the platform, with all the families arriving, Muggles hurrying to their trains would have been even more distracting than simply people waiting. But even here waiting, Marvolo held one of Marcus, hands firmly clasped in his, while the boy was brimming with nervous energy. Straining to see, Marcus was constantly moving forward and around trying to get a better look through all the adults obstructing his view. Maybe he should cast a monitoring spell on Marcus and allow him to move around like some other, older kids were doing. Marvolo, who gave you a bag of Kneasel kittens to keep track of? An amused voice asked from the direction of the barrier, and the one flew. Turning his head, while also reeling in Marcus, who was straining in the other direction, Marvolo spotted Amelia casually walking in his direction. I guess I only have myself to blame for this predicament. How is everything at the ministry? Well enough, Amelia answered, with a smile. A few of the trainees and older auras are grumbling over the new training program, but I'm seeing improvement already. Hearing Amelia's voice, Marcus turned suddenly and moved towards her. Aunt Amelia. Marvolo smiled as she crouched down to hug the small, boy-shaped projectile. Who are you here to pick up? Marcus wanted to know. We're here to pick Harry up. He'll be home for 2 whole months. I'm here to pick up Susan. She's in the same year as Harry. I take it you're excited to see your brother again. Amelia stood up again, and Marcus had to tilt his head back so he could still look at her face. Yes, he promised we'll go flying, and he'll read me a story, and we'll play with Nagini. Marcus certainly would have kept on rambling. He had a tendency to do that, but Lucius and Narcissa were walking by and greeting them with the usual politeness, which had Marcus hiding behind Marvolo's robes. He's a little shy, isn't he? Amelia asked, a twinkle in her eyes when Marcus once again tried to see if the train was arriving. But maybe not. Dad, I can't see, Marcus said, tugging at Marvolo's robes and looking up to him. For a moment, Marvolo felt torn. There was a pretty easy solution to Marcus' problem. He could pick his son up and place him on his shoulders, but that would be seen as inappropriate for a lord of the Wisengamot. It wasn't really done. Just like hugs in public, banter at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall, and other undignified displays of affection. Breaking the expectations of society, like this would certainly do, wasn't something that Marvolo tried to avoid. In fact, as Lord Voldemort, he had always worked hard to ensure he couldn't be a target for jokes. Those prank spells some Order members had tended to use in battle really had felt more threatening than some of the nastier curses. Doing something like that would just solidify the difference between Marvolo and Voldemort. Marcus. Marvolo got his son's attention. I'll cast a featherlight spell on you, and then you can watch everything from my shoulders. Would you like that? Yes, Marcus exclaimed, jumping up and down in place. With a smile, Marvolo got his wand out and flicked it in the rather simple pattern for the charm reducing his son's way, so it would be rather easy to hoist him up high enough to get him settled on Marvolo's shoulders. Then up you go. Turning Marcus around, so his back was facing toward Marvolo, he moved to pick him up and over his head. Once he had managed to settle Marcus comfortably, Marvolo turned back to a grinning Amelia Bones. I can see everyone from here, Marcus exclaimed in glee, turning his upper body this way and that, from what Marvolo was able to feel. Don't look so smug, please, Amelia. My ego might get bruises. Marvolo admonished his friend with a fake glare, which only made her chuckle. I don't think that your ego is in danger of bruising, my friend. In fact, you rather look as composed and in control as I have ever seen. Amelia's smile was more enigmatic than Marvolo could interpret right now. Was she referring only to the time that Marvolo had been Marvolo, or did she also intend to include the time she had known about him as Voldemort in that statement? But in that moment, Marcus called out, I see the train. And their conversation was cut short as everyone moved to welcome their children back for the summer. Ooh, this year, Harry didn't feel trepidation when leaving the train in the usual pandemonium of students, parents, younger siblings, and familiars. Instead, he was happy, carefree, and full of anticipation for good to come. Luna and he had shared a long kiss before parting, well aware that they would be separated the moment they stepped onto the platform and off the train. And as soon as they had cleared the door, Luna was swept to one side by an excited first year, running past them with a happy call of Mum. And then there was a group of boys, and Harry could only see Luna waving and moving away from the train, searching for her father. Dragging his own trunk behind, Harry also started to look for Marvolo and Marcus, as they had promised to be there to pick him up. Once again, something new. Being picked up for the summer by his family on the platform and not having them waiting outside the train station, grudgingly making the effort while trying to give any other reason for that than that Harry needed to be picked up. Theo and Ginny walked past, holding hands, their trunks trailing after them, probably because of a spell Theo had cast. Here among all those adults and children, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to distinguish who had cast what. And if Theo had cast the spell on the train, he hadn't even broken any rules. Looked like they were going to tell their parents about the fact that they were dating and had been for a while now. Harry hoped that it would go well for them. Harry! That had been Marcus yelling. Harry looked around, searching for his little brother somewhere near him, but he couldn't spot him among the legs and trunks all around. Harry! There it was again, and Harry stopped where he was, taking more time to search his surroundings. Then something moving caught his attention, so far up towards the ceiling that he thought for a moment an owl had escaped its cage, until he realized that green and purple weren't colors an owl usually had. Marcus somehow had managed to be higher up than all the adults and was waving with great enthusiasm, probably to get Harry's attention. Waving back to make sure that Marcus knew Harry had seen him, he picked up the handle of his trunk again, carefully weaving his way through the many people in the direction of where Marcus was easily seen above all the others. After a few strides, Harry finally comprehended that Marcus was sitting on Marvolo's shoulders. The sudden stab of jealousy was entirely unexpected. Harry couldn't remember having been carried like that even once. Maybe James or Lily or Sirius, Remus, or any of their other friends had carried Harry around like that when he had been old enough to sit. But Harry certainly didn't remember any such instance. And while he had seen Dudley being carried that way a few times, until his cousin got too heavy for Vernon to manage, that no one had ever even suggested that carrying Harry that way was even a distant possibility. And now, at almost 16 years old, there was no way that Harry ever would get to experience it. Right on the heels of that jealousy came a wave of guilt and shame. It was true. Harry hadn't had the luck that Marcus had had to be adopted by a family that actually cared early enough to get to experience a happy childhood with all that belonged to it. But that was no reason to begrudge Marcus having what Harry could no longer. But he closed the distance between his waiting family and himself. Harry fell into what was by now a fairly familiar breathing pattern, and used what he had learned from Madame Goyle to work through his feelings. It was perfectly fine for him to feel sad and angry about missing out on being carried around on an adult's shoulders so he could have a good look at their surroundings. Being jealous of those that still could experience that was a natural reaction. But it was not Marcus' fault that Harry had missed out. So being angry at Marcus wasn't a good reaction to have. Maybe there was some magical means to shrink Harry for a time, so he and Marcus would be the same size, and therefore provide a way for Harry to experience what he had missed before. Thinking about a way to actually get to be carried around like a small child suddenly made Harry doubt he actually wanted to go through with it. Being as old as he was, and having grown quite a bit, brought many benefits Harry wasn't willing to give up easily. Before he could manage to sort out his tangled feelings on that, Harry reached Marvolo and Marcus, letting go of his trunk handle, leading to a thunk as the trunk came to rest on the paved platform, eliciting an indignant squeak from Hedwig in her cage on top of the trunk, and enveloping Marvolo in a hug. Harry ended up with Marcus, foot near his nose. "Welcome back, Harry," Marvolo murmured near Harry's ear, squeezing a little tighter before letting go. Harry blinked rapidly in an attempt to quell the tears, suddenly making an appearance for reasons probably buried in the mess of feelings currently making somersaults inside his stomach. "I'm glad that the year's over." Harry plucked his glasses from his nose, quickly cleaning them with the edge of his loose overrobe. It was warm enough that Harry had picked one of the shorter ones made from linen to wear instead of his Hogwarts uniform robes, before settling them back on his nose. "How's the view up there?" he asked his little brother, tilting his head back so he could look up to Marcus, who was grinning from ear to ear. "Great. I can see everything. Aunt Amelia is over there." Marcus pointed to somewhere off to the right, "and there are a lot of people with red hair." Now he was pointing in the direction that Theo and Ginny had vanished to. "One of them is moving their arms in a funny way." Marcus giggled and waved his arms around widely, almost knocking off the tall hat of a witch walking by them at that very moment. "Do you need to say goodbye to some of your friends?" Marvolo asked, and Harry shook his head. "No, we already did that on the train." "Very well. Then let's go home, shall we?" Marvolo said, carefully lifting Marcus down, while calling out, "Flim," which caused the elf to appear between them, facing both Harry and Marvolo in equal measure. "Please take Harry's luggage back home and prepare an early dinner for us. We'll be along shortly." Flim bowed again, took hold of the trunk, and vanished as fast as he had appeared, taking the luggage and the cage with him. Marvolo was holding out a hand for Harry to take, already having linked hands with Marcus on his other side. "I'll apparate us home, and then Harry has to tell us everything that was remarkable about his year at Hogwarts, and all his plans for the summer, so we can come up with a joint plan for our family." And on that note, they apparated away. "Ooh, I'm sorry," Marcus said in a tiny voice, standing there looking miserable, while Harry picked himself up from the floor of the playroom carefully. Marvolo was there as well, as he had been roped into playing with his sons just after dinner. The big castle they had built together lay in ruins, as a result of Marcus tackling Harry to land on the magnificent structure. For the moment Marvolo ignored the younger boy, all his senses concentrated on Harry. His glasses seemed to be broken, and there was blood. Working hard on not falling into a panic, he was an experienced doula and a dark lord. He would not panic. Marvolo helped Harry over to the reading chair, already getting his wand out for a quick diagnostic charm. If the broken glasses had injured the eyes behind them, they would need to go to St. Mungo's, as eyes were too delicate for the limited healing spells Marvolo knew. "Keep your eyes closed, Harry. I need to check on them and make sure there's no glass left that could hurt you." Marcus fidgeted behind them, but Marvolo concentrated on the result the diagnostic charm was showing him. "Seems it's only a surface cut. They're on your brow. That's easy to heal. Episky." A silent, mild, cleaning spell removed the blood that had oozed out of the cut, as well as any possible glass splinters. "You can open your eyes again. Harry, seems as if there was no real harm done." With that said, Marvolo turned to look to where Marcus was standing, looking afraid of what might happen next. Smiling with an ache in his chest, Marvolo gestured for Marcus to come closer. "I know that your teacher in school already said that you need to be more careful when playing, and Mrs. Peters said the same more than once. And while nothing too bad happened this time, you need to be more careful. Do you understand?" Marcus nodded, but didn't look up, and Marvolo really didn't know if the boy had understood what the problem was, or if he would be able to curb his tendency to play too rough the next time. With a sigh, Marvolo tousled Marcus' hair, before gathering the broken pieces from Harry's glasses on the small table that always stood next to the reading chair. It looked as if everything was there. Harry shifted next to him. "Can you repair them? I don't really have a spare pair, and I can't really see worth a D all that much without them." His older son had caught himself just in time, but despite that he had a point. "Yes, I should be able to fix them." Marvolo answered, pointing his pale wand at the fragmented pair of spectacles. "Oculus reparo," and the pieces fused together once more into glasses that Harry could use, but they probably should pick up a spare set just in case anyway, and the expense for an unbreakable enchantment wouldn't be unreasonable either. "Here you go." Marvolo placed the glasses into Harry's waiting hands, being reminded how important those glasses were for his son. "Thanks." Harry smiled after he had placed the glasses back on his nose, and then looked over to where Marcus was kicking at the wooden building blocks. "I'm okay, Marcus. See, magic made my glasses whole again, and nothing bad happened. Just try to be more careful, please." Marcus nodded, but still didn't look up from the floor. Marvolo watched from his crouched position next to where Harry sat on the reading chair. For a moment there was silence, until Marvolo stood with a sigh. "How about you get yourself ready for bed, Marcus? I'm sure Harry will be happy to read you a story before you go to sleep. Am I right, Harry?" Picking up on Marvolo's plan easily, Harry nodded happily. "Sure, Marcus can pick one and then I'll read him a Nagini story." Peeking up through his fringe, Marcus already looked less unhappy and quickly went to his room to wash, change into pajamas, and brush his teeth so that Harry would read him a story. When Marcus was gone and Marvolo was alone with Harry in the playroom, he sighed again and waved his hand to clean up after them. We'll get you a spare pair of glasses and an enchantment to make sure your glasses won't break that easily again. The next time we're in Diagon Alley, I'm glad nothing too bad happened. I've been thinking, there's that potion that could make my eyes good enough that I won't need glasses, right? And muggles do something like laser surgery to correct eyes, don't they? Using the potion isn't really illegal anyway, right? I mean, Harry seemed unsure and conflicted, but Marvolo was elated. Harry had been adamant that he didn't want to take the potion when Healer Greengrass had brought it up the first time, and now he was asking for it. Of course, the potion isn't illegal to use, and I know someone able to brew it correctly. Maybe Severus still had the potion from last summer when Marvolo had added it to the list of potions he had had the man brew. And if not, he certainly was able to brew a new batch. If you want me to, I can set everything into motion to get it for you. Only he still had sounded rather unsure. Better to leave an option for Harry to change his mind later. And there's no need to rush into it. You can take this potion at any point in time. If you're not comfortable with it, you can wait until after school. Take your time. They were interrupted by Marcus bounding into the room, grabbing Harry's hand and making for the door. Come on, I'm finished. Nagini is already waiting. With a wave back at Marvolo, Harry went with his younger brother, grinning. Finishing the clean-up in the playroom, Marvolo then went down to the study to compose a letter to Severus. He had a potion to ask for. Ooh, finally it was quiet at the burrow. All of the children had gone to bed, or at least to their rooms, and only Arthur and Marley were still awake and in the kitchen. The sun had gone down some time ago, and the birds had gone to bed, no longer singing outside. It had been a tumultuous evening. All had started with Ginny walking up to them, hand in hand with the son of Benjamin Nart, suspected Death Eater. Of course, both he and Marley had heard rumors, passed along from different children to their parents via letter, and from those parents to friends, neighbors, and colleagues. No news passed through so many hands was worth much, even as Marley normally participated happily in the rumor mill. When it came to her little darling, the idea of her dating several boys, one after the other, either didn't register as possible or was passed off as less than serious experimentation. All of our children are growing up, and I think that he's a polite lad. Arthur felt a little bit out of his depth. He's friends with Harry, and his father was polite as well. Marley still was sitting at the big kitchen table, her lips pursed, her hands constantly wringing. She didn't seem to not be impressed with his attempt to help her come to terms with the fact that their little girl was growing up to be a witch who drew the attention of others. Yes, well, that's true, but she's still so young. Marley placed her elbows on the table and then let her face fall into her hands. What she said next came out pretty muffled. And Fred and George are going to risk everything with that silly, sharp idea of theirs. Why can't they do something more serious, something reliable and stable? Arthur flicked his wand at the teapot to set the water to heating. He was pretty sure that they would be here for some time more. Adjusting to their children being adults and finding their own way was hard on Marley. It was his duty as her loving husband to help her come to terms with the inevitable changes. Chapter 105, Health. Chapter text Monday, 1st of July 1996. For the first day of the summer holidays, it had been an early morning. But if Harry was honest, he hadn't expected anything different. Marcus had woken Harry up much too early, but as he had an appointment with Madame Goyle just after a normal breakfast time, it wasn't that inconvenient. Currently Marvolo, Marcus, and Harry himself were walking from a hidden back street where Marvolo had apparated them to, all the way to the office where Madame Goyle usually met with her patients, and Marcus was already nagging. Why can't we just wait for Harry to be done? I want to go to the zoo with him. Marcus was skipping along, holding Marvolo's hand, and Harry just grinned. He wasn't exactly looking forward to the appointment, but he did look forward to a day spent with his godfather while Marvolo and Marcus visited the London Zoo. Because the idea of this appointment is that Harry gets to talk to Madame Goyle without anyone listening in, so she can help him with problems he might have that need talking about to be solved. And after that, Lord Black will pick him up, Marvolo explained, again, with more patience than Harry would have thought the man capable of just last summer. And while Harry is off doing that, we're going to have a nice day in the zoo looking at all the different animals, eating an ice cream or two, and generally having a good time. Harry had suggested the zoo as a place for his brother and father to go to, as he fondly remembered the first snake he had ever spoken to. And the summer was going to be long enough for more than one visit. If the way Marcus spoke with Nagini was any indication, he would be delighted to speak with more snakes. They had to stop at a traffic light when it turned red. Next to them, a woman with a girl holding hands, just as Marvolo and Marcus were doing, also waited for the lights to change. And for once Harry was sure that he wasn't looked at in disdain for his oversized, washed out, and torn clothes. If anything, their clothes screamed wealth. "Can I also go to her, to talk without anyone listening?" Marcus asked suddenly, and Harry wondered if he actually understood what going to a therapist entailed and why someone might want to do it. In principle, there's nothing that says you can't, but we'll have to ask her if she has time for another patient and if she feels she is able to take on a whole family. Harry noticed that their father quickly had changed tracks in there. Harry vaguely remembered that there were specialists for children as young as Marcus was. Madame Goyle had been Marvolo's first choice because she was related to one of his Death Eaters, giving him a unique kind of leverage over the situation and knowledge of the magical world and its existence. With Harry being a teenager when he started seeing her, the question of whether she had what was needed to work with small children hadn't come up. Not that making a point of Marcus being a small child would go over well with him. He was finished with his first year of school, after all, and therefore no longer one of the small children, at least according to him, who declared those still in kindergarten babies. "What's she called?" Marcus wanted to know as the lights turned green and they all started to cross the street. "You mean her occupation?" Marvolo asked for clarification, getting a quick series of nods in answer, as Marcus insisted on walking quicker, passing by Harry to walk in front. "Therapist is what she has written on her door," which was technically true, even though she would be called a mind healer in the magical world. But they couldn't really say that when people around them, who probably were muggles, could hear, and they were listening. Harry had seen the quick glance from the woman, assessing him, and now not only noticing the well-made clothing, tailored, just as everything else in his wardrobe, but also the fact that Harry was on his way to a therapy session. For a moment, he wondered what she might be construing in her head as the reason he was going to a therapist. Was he a bored, idle student being dragged there to make him perform to his parents' expectations? Had he tormented an animal or even a fellow student, getting off lightly because of their wealth? Or maybe she thought he was stressed out. Before Harry could descend ever deeper into what others might think of his consulting a mind healer, the Dursleys certainly never had anything positive to say about those abnormal enough to need a psychoanalyst. He reminded himself of something he had learned since the first appointment. Asking for help was not a weakness. With all the bad reactions one had to fear, it required a lot of bravery to admit one needed help and to seek it out. When Harry and his family turned left and the woman and the girl turned right, Harry could breathe more easily. It was unimportant what strangers thought of him. It was even unimportant what people he knew thought of him. It was harder than it should be to convince himself of that, but Harry knew it to be true. The only thing of importance, was that Harry should do what was good for him. And going to speak with Madame Goyle was helping Harry deal with everything that kept happening in his life, as well as everything that already had happened. And it sounded as if Marvolo thought it would be good for Marcus as well. "We'll ask her. And if she doesn't have time, she might know someone who does. How does that sound?" Harry didn't listen, but followed behind them, thinking deeply and relying on Marvolo to find the way. Was there a reason for Marcus to go to therapy? After a few moments, Harry had to agree that it couldn't hurt. Marcus had been in the foster system, which wasn't ideal even though he hadn't ended up with uninterested families, nor had he been forced to change families too frequently. But he probably had had a few less than ideal experiences in his past, and more than likely would have complicated situations in his future. "I really want to go as well," Marcus said in a tone Harry knew well enough to recognize that he had repeated that sentence more than once. "And I have already said that we'll have to ask Madame Goyle. We can't just decide to take up her time, Marcus." Judging by Marvolo's tone, Harry had missed quite a few moments of back and forth over this. They stepped through the door into the waiting area of the office. It was early enough that Harry was the first patient of the day, so the door to the actual office was open. "Lord Slytherin, Harry Marcus, good morning," Do come in. Just as always, she was wearing a pencil skirt and a jacket, some makeup. Somehow Harry had started to pay attention to things like that, and a smile. Good morning, Madame Goyle, Marvolo greeted, giving her a nod. Before Marcus and I leave, I wanted to ask you to consider taking on Marcus as your patient as well. He would like to come speak to you, just as Harry and I do. Madame Goyle turned to look at Marcus directly. And you think that I could help you with a problem? Instead of answering, Marcus suddenly was shy, hiding behind Marvolo, which wasn't as effective as it would have been if Marvolo had been wearing robes. Trousers weren't as good at blocking the line of sight. I'll think about it, Marcus. Come in, Harry. With a wave, Harry followed Madame Goyle into the office, being greeted by her tomcat weaving his way around his legs. Then he sat down in the comfortable armchair, trying to relax. This was different than the room they had used off the hospital wing at Hogwarts. How was your start into the summer holidays, Harry? Madame Goyle asked after she had settled down herself. For a moment, Harry wasn't sure he wanted to talk much today. Maybe drawing something would be easier. He could order his thoughts, find a point to start. And then he simply started to talk, fiddling with the hem of his polo shirt. I'm feeling bad for being jealous of Marcus. He gets to do so many things I never had a chance to try. But he should get to try those things. Right. Before long, Harry was talking and talking and talking, Tom the Kneazle on his lap, purring, while he just rambled on and on. Their last meeting hadn't been long ago, but somehow there was a lot to talk about anyway. Ooh, instead of apparating them, Marvolo had decided to take the tube and wasn't sure it had been a good idea. They had gotten off at Camden Town and then had walked to the zoo. And only the facts that Marcus had enjoyed taking public transportation and Marvolo did want his son to be able to move around in the Muggle world without difficulty made the experience bearable. It simply had been too crowded for Marvolo to enjoy the travel. Then they had bought tickets at the entrance to the zoo and started to make their round. Determined to go to the reptile house last, there was no way they were going to go anywhere else once Marcus started to talk with the snakes there. Marvolo had turned them left, visiting the birds first. Between birds of prey, penguins, and parrots, Marcus had had many interesting animals to look at. After that, they had looked at butterflies, not a favorite of Marcus, and bugs which had appealed a lot more to his son. The lions had been lazing around too much to keep a little boy's interest, and so he found himself now sitting on one bench of many lining a children's playground, resting. Here alone. Another man sat down on the bench standing right next to the one Marvolo had settled on. Turning his attention to his seeding neighbor, secure in the knowledge that he had put a tracking charm on Marcus before he had let him loose to play, Marvolo took in the sight of a Muggle dressed much more casually than he himself was. No, my son is playing somewhere in there. Marvolo waved his hand, the interesting structure children were climbing around on. The other man chuckled. I'm waiting for my wife and our daughters. We agreed to meet here once they found the ice cream they wanted to have. Without a clue why this stranger insisted on talking to him, Marvolo turned back to the playground under the pretense that he needed to keep an eye out for his son and his safety. So you're giving your wife a nice day without the kid running around. Well aware of the usual roles assigned to women and men in this part of the Muggle world, Marvolo refrained from rolling his eyes. He really had little to stand on here. There only had been one woman in his inner circle, and traditional families still expected the witches to take care of the children until they all were old enough to attend Hogwarts. For the most part, at least. There is no wife. My older son is back from school for the summer and visiting his uncle today, so I'm entertaining the younger one here. No need to let him feel left out. No need to give more information than needed to this random Muggle, taking a more than passing interest in Marvolo's affairs. For a moment, there was only the sound of various animals, shrieking and laughing children, and off in the distance, those of the city. Then a woman and two girls approached their benches, talking with the man, obviously the wife and daughters he had spoken of. While they talked a mile a minute, even while eating their ice cream, Marvolo tried to enjoy giving Marcus an experience he hadn't got himself at that age. He could remember quite clearly that when he had been relatively young, maybe 4 or 5, almost everyone at the orphanage had visited the zoo. He had been banned from going as punishment for something. He didn't remember what it had been, only that he had known without a doubt that he hadn't done anything to deserve that punishment. Now, many decades later, Marvolo thought that he might have displayed an act of accidental magic without knowing that he had done so. So maybe he had been responsible for whatever he had been accused of, but it still hadn't been something to be punished for. Most likely, at least. Dad, Dad. Marcus came running, a grin on his face and sand on his knees. There's a slide back there, and swings. Can you come and give me a push? Small, sandy hands were firmly gripping Marvolo's own, leaving sand all over his expensive trousers. Maybe going out in a fine three-piece suit hadn't been the best idea. But when he wasn't able to wear robes, an old-fashioned, tailored suit was his clothing of choice. It basically was what wizards wore on a daily basis under their robes anyway. Sure I can. Lead the way. Marvolo stood, happy to have an excuse to minimize his interaction with that stranger, and followed his son over to a few sets of swings to give him the pushes he wanted. After they had got the swing going, Marcus managed pretty well on his own. It just had been a little high off the ground for Marcus to give himself a good push to start out. Can we go see the snakes next? Marcus asked, with a look of concentration on his face, clearly still working out how a swing worked. Giving a small sigh, Marvolo nodded. I guess we can go see the snakes next, and all the other reptiles. But you know that they probably aren't as active as you would like. You know that they like to laze about. Better to remind Marcus of that fact than have a disappointed boy on his hands later. I'm sure I can get them interested. Marcus was confident, and probably with good reason. There had yet to be a snake Marvolo met which was not excited to meet with a speaker. And once they arrived at the reptile house, Marvolo was proven right on both his suspicions for how this visit would go. Every one of the snakes Marcus had looked at had been delighted to meet him and to speak with him. And the fact that Marcus didn't tire of hearing from them about their days, which were terribly mundane in Marvolo's opinion, led to a rather extended stay in this part of the zoo. In fact, they stayed long enough here that the man, his wife, and daughters from earlier came in while Marcus was talking in low hisses with one of the pythons living here. Can't we just go and look at the penguins some more? One of the girls asked in a whine that seemed well practiced. Or the monkeys? Her sister threw in from the side, slinking around clearly less than happy to go look at the reptiles. You both know how your father likes reptiles. We were everywhere you wanted to go, and now it's his turn picking what we'll look at. The mother tried to be stern, but sounded mostly tired to Marvolo's ears. We never get leave mice. One python had just complained to Marcus while hanging leisurely from a branch that had been installed near the glass pane, so people had a better chance to actually get to see the animals living here. I guess that's pretty boring then, Marcus answered, commiserating with the snake. To pass the time, Marvolo walked from terrarium to terrarium, looking at the illustrations and informational texts hung by each of them. He did know a lot of the different types of snakes. He had made it a project of his to learn everything about snakes he could as soon as he had been old enough to go to school. But reading about the specific individuals here was something new and something to do while Marcus went about getting to know them all. It seems as if your boy thinks he can actually speak with snakes. There was a hint of derision in the muggle's voice, and Marvolo barely managed to refrain from rolling his eyes. A child's imagination is a wondrous thing, Marvolo said in a deceptively mild tone. It was even the truth. He plays and has fun. Where is the harm in that? And why did that man think it was his place to make fun of a child in this way? The man huffed and moved on, clearly looking down on Marcus, running over to Marvolo with shining eyes, starting to speak several paces before he actually had reached his father. Do you think we can get the snakes here some live mice? It's boring to always just be getting dead ones. The girls made gagging noises in the background, and Marvolo ignored them in favor of answering his son's question. While they certainly would enjoy the variety and possible activity a live mouse would provide, I think it's not done to make sure that the mice are actually eaten by the snakes where a human can see and check that everything is all right. Marcus nodded earnestly. And they can't ask the snakes if they manage to catch the mice, so they can't let them run for the snakes to hunt. That's correct. Because the muggles working here certainly couldn't ask the snakes anything. Happy with that explanation, Marcus returned to his hissed conversations with the various snakes, running back and forth to carry messages between them with a happy smile on his face. He even insisted to say goodbye to each of them before they could leave when it was late afternoon. Unwilling to once again brave the tube, Marvolo searched for a sheltered spot they could apparate from and took them home, where they would wait for Harry to return home from his visit to his godfather. Uwu, a pitcher with ice-cold lemonade, was standing with two tall glasses on a table right next to the door, where Sirius could just make it out past Harry. He felt like he could drink something, but when he looked down on his hands, the amount of oil and grease on them advised against taking up his wand to summon it, or to walk around the motorcycle and pick up a glass without cleaning his hands first. "Harry, could you please pour me a glass of lemonade?" Even while he posed his request, Sirius looked down in search of the rag he had been using to clean his hands from time to time. He spotted the rag under the front tire of the bike and bent down to pick it up. When Sirius came back up, Harry was still polishing one spot on the bike with his own rag and a faraway look on his face. "Earth to Harry, can you hear me?" Sirius waved one hand in front of his godson's face, a little concerned, wondering what had the boy so distracted today. He had picked Harry up after his appointment with that mind healer. Maybe something troubling had come up. Blinking, Harry focused on the waving hand, still mostly covered in stains, and gave a tentative smile. "Sorry, I'm a little distracted. You wanted something?" "Yes. Can you pass me a glass of lemonade, please? I'm parched." Still remembering how he had hated it to be pressured to answer when he had been Harry's age, Sirius debated if this was a case of let it go, or one where he needed to be persistent. Being an adult and mostly responsible was hard. "Here you go," Harry said, extending his hand holding a glass full with lemonade, made with limes and lemons, across the motorcycle for Sirius to take. He did look good. Not drawn or pale, too thin or in any other way sickly. Sirius was also sure that there were no glamours on him hiding any marks or stuff like that. As the lord of the family, the wards around the house would have informed him about such magic. It always was an irritating itch in the back of his mind when someone vain enough to hide birthmarks or love bites with magic came over for a visit. But it was useful to make sure Remus wouldn't try to hide marks because he thought that bruise balms and healing potions were too expensive. So, what was wrong? Because something clearly was on Harry's mind. "Thanks, take one for yourself as well." He grabbed the glass with his left hand, as he hadn't really managed to clean the right with the already pretty dirty rag. Drinking while Harry filled his own glass with lemonade and drank, Sirius came to the conclusion that he couldn't ignore Harry's mood, but that he would not poke and ask, but make a few guesses and just ask. "How is that girlfriend of yours? Everything fine?" Love troubles, as Sirius remembered quiet vividly, were frequently the reason for upset and worries when one was only just starting out. Not that that necessarily stopped when one was older. "Luna?" Harry asked, face brightening, not love trouble then, and setting the now empty glass back down, he started to talk in a dreamy voice. "We'll all be meeting this weekend. Theo has invited everyone to come visit him. It'll be the longest we've been apart since the spring holidays. I think I'll write her before that, though. Ask her for a date. Do you think she would like going to the cinema? I don't even know what films are currently being shown. Do you think you could get me a program that's recent?" At the end, their Harry had gotten more and more excited, and Sirius felt some of his worry ease. Whatever trouble was plaguing Harry's mind wasn't of an earth-shattering consequence if he could get that lost and excited over planning a date with his girlfriend. "You know that I'm taking a portkey over to meet Noel and Enora later tomorrow, right? I'm pretty sure I told you not so long ago that I had arranged everything." And while he was nervous, he also was absolutely hyped to spend the summer with his daughters and get to know them better. Harry blinked and blushed. "Oh yeah, you did tell me that." There was a short, awkward pause. "Do you think Remus would be willing to help?" Sirius laughed and quickly bent forward to ruffle Harry's hair. "Oh, pup. I'm sure he will. I'll make sure to write a letter if he sleeps longer than usual and shouldn't be back home before I have to leave. No worries." For a moment, Harry looked confused before understanding dawned on his face. "Oh, right. Today is the full moon. Hadn't thought of that." "No problem, Harry. And I'm sure you could make Lord Slytherin buy a Muggle newspaper to check what cinemas are playing what films at the moment." That image, Marvolo Slytherin going to Muggle to buy a newspaper, made Sirius grin, and for a while the two of them worked in silence. "Can I ask you something?" Harry sounded hesitant, and Sirius suddenly was pretty sure that whatever had been on his godson's mind was about to be revealed. "Sure you can." Had that been casual enough? Had it been too casual? He didn't want to appear uninterested. What do you think of the Oculus Sanus potion? Harry tried to sound as if it wasn't really all that important, but his tense posture and the light strain in his voice gave him away. Sometimes having grown up with a Slytherin family did have its advantages. That he had needed those long-thought-lost skills a lot in his role as Lord Black made it only easier to read his godson now. Well, it's one of those that make one wonder why exactly it's banned in the first place. I know that your father never took it, and that the Weasleys would never use it. But otherwise it's still pretty common to use as far as I understand. Really? Harry sounded honestly surprised by that, which confused Sirius. Yes, I'm pretty sure I took one when I was about 6. I think, not sure. Why do you think so few witches and wizards actually wear glasses? There are, of course, transfiguration and a few temporary charms, but I think mostly people get the potion, even if they have to go out of the country to do so. It's an effective measure. Sirius shrugged, watching the other carefully. Ha! It sounded more rare when I heard of it for the first time. Harry shrugged and suddenly looked a lot more relaxed. Had that been the problem? I think there aren't many left who can brew it here in Britain, but other parts of the world aren't as obsessed with such things as the Ministry has been in the past. He shrugged again and tried to remember what he had wanted to do next. Maybe he would find another motorcycle over at his daughter's home. Leaving his baby back here somehow didn't feel right. Can you pass me the wrench? Ooh, the grass was pretty dry, and the air filled with the sounds of crickets and the smells of dry plants, flowers, and small animals. The biggest animal that recently had wandered through this birch forest had been a fox. Almost on its own, Remus' nose moved closer to the forest ground, sniffing in search of a trail. As Padfoot couldn't be here this night, Remus needed to find something to amuse himself with before he found himself a comfy spot of moss to sleep on. Even as normally he preferred the presence of another during his transformations, Remus did understand that Sirius was going to travel to the home of his cubs and needed the time. Moony shook his head and huffed. Even with Wolfsbane at hand, still provided by Severus and paid for by Lord Slytherin, his thought patterns were affected during the nights of the full moon. While it wasn't really a problem if Padfoot was with him, it did remind him that he wasn't willing to risk a human in his presence. How much Dora did try to convince him it was safe notwithstanding. He had offered her the arrangement Sirius, and he had used during the winter, as it had been too cold to be outside the whole night. But she wasn't comfortable with the idea of the big, warded cast-iron cage. So Remus was here alone, and Dora was home with her parents, pouting. And that when she, as an Auror, should know the rules for werewolves, what he had to do to comply with them, and what would happen if he didn't. Shaking himself vigorously, loose hair flying in all directions, Moony tried to get rid of the gloomy thoughts. There was nothing he could do right here and now. But he sniffed. It seemed it had been less than a few minutes that a rabbit had come through here. Discarding all worries outside of the desire to catch that rabbit, Remus fell into a light trot, nose close to the ground, careful to be quiet as not to alarm the animal when he drew close. Ooh, Tuesday, 2nd of July 1996, the rhythmic sound of the knife hitting the cutting board was kind of soothing. Sonia was sitting in the chair Severus had transfigured for her in his potions laboratory back home at the manor. Not that it actually felt like home just yet, more like a dream, a wonderful dream she feared to wake from to realize it all had been just that. Snuggling back into her blanket, it wasn't really all that warm here in the laboratory, as Severus liked to have it cool. Sonia reminded herself that this was very much real. She was married, expecting a baby, and somehow had managed to become a lady. Not that climbing the social ladder had been her aspiration at any time, but with Severus had come the family name of Price, including a title, a seat on the Wisengamot, and this manor with its many laboratories and wonderful gardens. "What are you brewing?" Sonia asked her husband, closing the book she had been reading in favor of a talk with her love. "A new batch of Oculus Sanus potion. Lord Slytherin sent a letter to ask for it. It seems that Mr. Slytherin has seen sense." There was a bite in that statement that by now probably was more habit than anything else. "But I guess I'll see when he returns to school for the next year." Sonia frowned. Occlumency lessons are over then. Did he already make that much progress? The lessons had gone on the whole school year. She had thought they would continue for much longer. He has learned enough for what he needs. He can control his temper and deflect attacks on his mind by an outside force. He doesn't need the ability to forge memories, lie to legilimens in his own mind, or resist torture and truth serums. He and I can spend our time more productively. Severus placed the knife down, moving over to one of the sinks to clean it immediately. I guess that makes sense, Sanya conceded. Who would need to withstand torture and truth serums? Hopefully not a teenaged boy. Placing her chin in her hand, smiling, Sanya couldn't resist and simply had to ask, "Do you think he'll manage to score high enough in his potions exam to make it into your newt classes?" Standing in front of one of the many shelves of potion ingredients, painstakingly ordered to Severus specifications, Severus took his time answering, picking a few bottles from their places. "I think he has the potential, especially as he has taken more interest in his academic performance ever since he was adopted, and especially after he was resorted. But I guess we'll have to wait and see if he has managed to keep a cool head on his shoulders during the exam, both written and practical." It was funny how much Severus had changed his perception of the boy in question. The staff all around had told her many stories about how Severus had always ranted about Harry Potter, the celebrity, the attention-seeking brat, breaking the rules just because he could. And now here he was, her stubborn and proud love, admitting that there was potential in the son of James Potter. Not that he ever would use those words. And Sanya also wasn't blind to what had been necessary for her husband to see reason. The revelation of the harm the boy had suffered during his childhood under his muggle aunt's care, both through the potions he had had to take and the fragments of memories Severus had seen during occlumency lessons, had been instrumental in actually making Severus see reason. Not that he had shared any specifics with Sanya, but one didn't need that to come to some specific conclusions after seeing the list of potions the boy had had to take. Watching him work, all efficient motions and precision, Sanya thought back to the move here and the first evening they had spent making plans for the almost 2 months they would have here to themselves. They planned to put some finishing touches on all the potions Severus had worked on. He insisted she also had worked on them, planning to write her name onto all the publications, or at least the write-ups needed to publish and prepare for some more thorough testing. Especially for the Antiros potion and the one testing familial connections and closeness. They had managed to get a few more tests in for the family connection potion, but the Antiros potion needed another level of commitment for those willing to test it. "Do you think we'll manage to dodge a few of those summer parties you've been grumbling about? I've seen the list of parties of past years, and there are quite a few we'll have to attend." She knew that Severus wasn't one for parties, indoors or otherwise, but she also knew that it was expected to attend them. She had decided to try softening him up a little bit in preparation. "We need to go to the Malfoy garden party, and I'm sure Lord Slytherin will organize something we'll totally have to attend." There was a sigh from Severus to that, which she could hear all the way over here over the bubbling sounds from the potion and the slight scraping noise the stirrer made in the cauldron. "Don't you think we can manage to get out of all the others on the grounds of not really knowing them, and you need to stay off your feet?" He sounded hopeful, and Sanya felt herself smirking. Not knowing them well is a reason to go, love, to get to know them. And as long as the healer doesn't say anything about staying in bed, I can stay off my feet perfectly fine at a nice garden party. There are things like benches and chairs, or even lounges. She laughed at him, slumping his shoulders on purpose, exaggerating his movements. "If the Fudges organize a party, we'll have to go too. And the rest. Let's see, shall we? Maybe I'll get lucky and a few of the potions conferences and meetups are going to take place on the same days as some of those social events." The disdain in those two innocent words was so thick that Sanya started to giggle, unable to stop until tears were running down her face and she was fighting for breath. Suddenly Severus was standing right next to her chair, wand in hand, casting what Sanya guessed were diagnostic charms. "Are you feeling well, love?" The concern in his voice, he never sounded panicked, probably too much practice keeping his cool in a wide range of situations, sobered Sanya up pretty quickly. "Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry." She placed one of her hands on Severus' arm, feeling her book slide down from the top of her leg to the side, lodging itself between her leg and the arm of the chair. "You're just too funny." The face Severus made to that claim sent Sanya laughing again, making him scowl for real. Getting herself under control again, Sanya pushed him a little on the arm. Get back to brewing, or do you want to have to start over because you let yourself be distracted by your wife? Dastardly woman. Severus scowled, but when he turned she saw that scowl morph into a soft smile. Fishing her book out from between the fold of her blanket and the small space between her leg and the chair's arm, Sanya made herself comfortable again, going back to reading a manual on high society and the expected customs and manners. She wasn't ignorant, but not as knowledgeable as she wanted to be either. Reading would get her a point to start. Once the child was born, there would be no more reason to avoid throwing some social functions herself. Sighing to herself, she went back to her reading. Malcolm had known that being a family healer would be different from work at St. Mungo's when he had chosen to walk that path. The fact that he would be able to set his own working hours, within reason, and therefore be able to coordinate better his work as a healer for different families, and for the Death Eaters and his lord, had been the deciding factor. But now, this very moment, the little quirks of being the healer for a whole family made it clear that this was absolutely the right thing for him. You're in good shape, Lord Slytherin. Malcolm started his assessment after a long look at the ritual's results. If you keep up the dueling practice, there's no need to reduce the consumption of sweets or otherwise chance your diet, my lord. In fact, Malcolm was surprised at how little the intake of sugar seemed to impact the Dark Lord's health. He started to gather up the ritual stones from where they had been placed on various places of the Dark Lord's body, putting them back on a small table because he would need them again soon. While he worked, he kept a tight leash on his features to keep up a friendly and professional mask. There in one corner of the nice room they were using sat Heir Slytherin, his younger brother on his lap. The boy displayed a curious mixture of curiosity, wariness, and boredom, while the older brother was grinning, his arms around the squirming boy. This wasn't the first time Malcolm had to work to gain the trust of a child, and he knew that letting them see the procedure helped a lot in that regard. That was why the Dark Lord had gone first, and his heir would be next. That's good to know, the Dark Lord said, sitting up and rubbing his hands together. I guess then I can get dressed again. Of course, sir, you may get dressed again. Only long practice kept Malcolm from flinching at his audacity at correcting the Dark Lord. There was no reason to fear retribution. It had been a long while since the Dark Lord had passed out any punishments without a valid reason. Being the last to arrive didn't count as valid in Malcolm's eyes, and he wouldn't do so in front of his sons, or at least not in front of his younger son, as Malcolm was anything but sure about how much Henry Slytherin Potter did or didn't know. Lord Slytherin got up from the padded table bench hybrid, transfigured for this visit, and picked up his trousers to get dressed, smirking in a way that made Malcolm nervous. Harry, maybe you could already change into the other shirt. It took some convincing for Marcus Slytherin to get up so that Henry could start to change for his own exam. When the boy was seated, ready for the ritual, Malcolm walked over and turned his back to the corner where now Lord Slytherin was seated on the chair, his younger son snuggled up against his chest. I assume that you have taken your potions as you were supposed to, Henry. At the beginning of the meeting, the teenager had asked to be called by his given name, citing the cumbersome length of his full name and titles as the reason. I did take what appeared with my meals, Healer Greengrass. The prim and proper way the boy was sitting there made Malcolm smirk. Trying to be a good role model could do that to a child. That's good. Any problems since the last holidays? He didn't really expect to hear a positive answer to that. If there had been any trouble, the Dark Lord would have made sure to have Malcolm at hand the evening the train came back to London. No problem, sir. I'm enjoying my summer. The boy was smiling, visibly more relaxed in the plain linen shirt, waiting to be told to lie down for the diagnostic ritual to begin. What a change from last summer and the very first examination. Then, please lie down. While the teenager did as told, Malcolm once again started to explain what he was doing and why before he started to place the rune-inscribed stones on their places on the boy's body. The glimpses he got from the little boy were entertaining and distracting. There weren't that many children Malcolm had met who were this interested in the healing arts. Once again, the ritual was quickly finished, and Malcolm looked over the sheet of parchment with the results. They were encouraging. You can stop using the potions to combat the damage you sustained in your early childhood, and your old breaks have healed nicely, too. I can confidently say that you're in good health, Henry. Thanks. Suddenly, the boy was nervous, which made Malcolm curious. Did he want to ask something he wasn't comfortable with in front of his father and younger brother? My eyes didn't change, did they? No, they're still the same. Why do you ask? Maybe he should check the prescription for the glasses. If his patient had noticed a change, that might be a good idea. I'm debating if I should take the potion to correct the problem. It's easier than constantly having to keep track of the glasses, but well, I wanted to make sure it's still an option. Henry shrugged, clearly uncomfortable. Cutting the boy some slack, Malcolm smiled and waved for him to get dressed again. There were no changes, so you still can take the potion to get your eyesight corrected if you so desire. Thank you. Henry Slytherin Potter dressed again in his fashionable light summer clothes, trousers, a shirt, and open robes, and made room for his younger brother who had changed into a linen shirt of his own with the Dark Lord's help. According to his previous experiences, this exam was going to follow one of a few distinct patterns. Either he would have to answer more questions than was reasonable, he would have to coax the boy every step of the way, or he would be so fidgety and twitchy that they would have to start over more than once. Hoping for a barrage of questions, Malcolm waved the small child over. And now let's have a look at you, shall we? Wednesday, 3rd of July 1996. As usual, she had worked until late in the evening. So it was rather late in the morning when Rita came out of her bathroom, wrapped in her favorite dressing gown, fluffy slippers on her feet, and hair wrapped around rollers to make sure her color potion could get the right amount of time to soak in. Her copy of the Prophet was already on her kitchen table, and with a few waves of her wand, she had toast with honey, a steaming cup of freshly brewed tea, and an egg boiled just right ready to eat. She would have preferred a full English breakfast, but as she didn't have a house elf, she would have to make it herself, and she certainly hadn't the patience for that, especially not while she was hungry. Not really interested in anything else, Rita opened the twine holding the Prophet rolled up and placed the now opened newspaper next to her plate, sipping on her tea. Just as was proper, her article occupied the whole front page, with only a few smaller notices below the fold. To make sure that none of the idiots working the presses had mangled any of her writing, Rita started to read her own article detailing the upcoming trial of the Howler terrorist Amos Diggory. She had worked hard on this one. As Mrs. Diggory had been too shielded by her family, Rita hadn't managed to get an official interview with her, and it would have been so wonderful to get something from the woman who should have noticed something was wrong. But spying in her animagus form hadn't revealed much that would have been usable. In fact, she had only learned that Mrs. Diggory had fallen into a deep depression, barely taking part in daily activities at her brother's house. With nothing usable from that side, Rita had moved on to speak with the people who had worked with Amos Diggory at the ministry and old schoolmates. Those had been better resources to cite, because they all had been eager to bring up the questionable things Amos had done and said over the years. It was always so easy to write something worthy of the front page when people were trying to distance themselves from former friends. A good sob story, like the one she had written last summer about Lord Slytherin, was a close second, but it always was more fun to expose the dirty deeds of esteemed figures of society. And Amos Diggory had been that, respected, hardworking, and reliable. And because of that perceived image of the man, his fall into darkness was so interesting for everyone. Rita would have to make sure that she would get one of the few press places during the trial. This was too good a scoop to let some lesser reporter cover it. And in the line of that work, she might get enough information to write a follow-up piece on story about the tragic upbringing Lord Slytherin. While she was pretty sure she would be better off in the long run painting him as a wizard trying his best, there was more to write there than had been done so far. Probably because everyone remembered how vicious he who must not be named had been in the past, and no one dared to take position for or against him in the press, as public perception on the man was so divided and hard to predict. With the orphan among Muggles' background, the adoption of another orphan in that little boy, adopting the boy he had made into an orphan could go either way if one was skilled with words, and other efforts to repair all the damage done, Lord Slytherin had a positive angle to take in a story. But with all the murders, the blood prejudices, association with dark creatures people generally feared, and connection to dark magic, there was a lot of resentment still present in the knowledge and memories of the public. It was like dancing on a volcano. Humming happily to herself, Rita finished up her breakfast and went about getting ready for the day. She had some preparations to make. Chapter 106, Art. Chapter text Wednesday, 3rd of July 1996. It was late evening, and Severus really would have preferred to be at home at the manor. But he was here in London at his lord's behest. Please wipe your finger down with the alcohol-soaked cloth, Herr Slytherin Potter. Severus pointed to the cloth he had prepared when he had set up his workstation in the small potions laboratory at Griffin House. Without asking any inane questions, the boy picked up the cloth with his right, before cleaning the index finger of his left hand. Clever of him to let his non-dominant hand be pricked for the blood needed, even though it wasn't strictly necessary. Severus was perfectly capable of casting a simple healing charm after the deed was done. When Severus had moved the pre-brewed potion into a small glass goblet, one overly elaborately decorated piece, gold leaf, and the engraved Potter crest, and looked up, the boy was holding out his hand for Severus to take the few drops of blood needed to make the Oculus Sanus work. Taking a sure grip on the offered hand, Severus moved it so that the blood would fall directly into the goblet, and therefore the potion. With his other hand, he picked up a needle made from silver, and looked up to the green eyes behind the glasses, which would soon no longer be needed. Brace yourself. As he had gotten the consent from both the boy and Lord Slytherin, who was reading a bedtime story to his other son, a strange concept Severus was ignoring for the moment. Severus simply stabbed the needle into the finger, and then pressed on both sides to encourage a drop of blood to form. It fell into the middle of the goblet, and dispersed with a small flash of color, changing the potion's color into a bright blue, almost like robin's eggs. A pisky. The small puncture wound was healed in just a fraction of a second, and Severus let go of the boy's hand. Take the goblet up with you, and drink it just before you lay down to sleep. Severus almost automatically fell into a lecturing tone. That many years of teaching had left behind some serious side effects. That way you'll sleep through the changes the potion will induce. Tomorrow morning you should be able to see clearly without your glasses. Please inform your father if that is not the case. It was really a fairly simple potion, if not for the ridiculous ministry ban on all potions using blood in this manner. Any more questions? Looking up from the potion, the boy shook his head, even as he still looked as if he had a myriad of questions. Severus sighed. You should ask your questions, Mr. Slytherin. Taking a potion when you still have questions about it is not the best plan of action, so ask away. Teenagers and their dramatics. It's silly, sir, the boy all but mumbled, looking back down. Ask anyway. Really, why did teenagers insist on being this difficult? How does it taste, do you know? The boy was blushing, and Severus had to agree that it was a silly question. But he had been the one to insist that the boy ask, so he couldn't very well mock him now, regardless of how many taunts came to mind. I never took it myself, but all descriptions claim that it has a slightly metallic taste. If that was the only question the boy had to ask, Severus, chances of getting home soon were good. Sonia was waiting for him, and he looked forward to reading her some sonnets. That's not too awful, then. Thank you, sir, for all the trouble you went through to brew this. And for the explanation, have a nice holiday, sir. Severus watched with narrowed eyes as the boy took the goblet into two careful hands, looked as if he really knew when and how to take care. You as well, Herr Slytherin Potter. It was still hard to adjust to the change in their interactions. Here in this moment, their roles weren't as defined as they were at school, where they were teacher and student, or at a ministry function, where the boy was heir to two families, and he himself lord and head of his family. Was he lord, potions master, or the boy's professor? The boy walked out, probably up to his bedroom, and Severus started to pack away his few supplies. The Dark Lord had told him not to wait for him. Bedtime stories could take some time, or so Severus assumed, and Severus had no problem following that order. Thursday, 4th of July 1996, holidays were great. Draco couldn't sleep in as he did whenever he could on the weekends at Hogwarts, but he had a room to himself, and he could fly without having to adhere to the training schedules of 4 teams. Getting to eat his favorites for breakfast with his parents in the same room, the more informal family dining room, was a nice change of pace, too. As much as he loved the Great Hall at Hogwarts, and felt it a nice change of pace at the start of each year, it simply got to be normality by the time the year neared its end. This year was different, though. With his little sister always being around their mother, Draco had got to see more of her than he had wanted to. Just now he concentrated on his plate, as Cassiopeia got her own meal directly from mother. Draco had known intellectually that nursing babies was normal, even considered especially beneficial for a child's development. Seeing it happen, though, was different somehow. But he would learn to cope with the awkwardness of seeing his mother feeding the baby. Suddenly tea was splattered over the table, and Draco turned in his seat to look at his sputtering and coughing father. The Daily Prophet opened to the society pages in front of him on top of the plate. The teacup turned over on its side. "Dear, what's wrong? Are you well?" His mum was quickly out of her seat, baby pressed against her side, rushing over to Draco's father, leaving Draco floundering. An elf was called to care for Cassiopeia, and a flurry of spells cast by Narcissa on her husband. Pretty sure that whatever had caused such surprise for his father had been something in the Prophet, Draco snatched the newspaper for himself to read. He didn't need to search for long as the headline of the article drew attention on the spot. Most eligible bachelor still free, almost a year ago Lord Marvolo Slytherin made his way back into society and has managed to find his footing rather well in the time since then. He has adopted 2 distant relatives into the Slytherin family, taking care of 2 vulnerable boys who had no one before Lord Slytherin took them in. The Potter assets are in a better state then, since the last Lord Potter died. He's even involved in a reform of the Aura training program. But all those endeavors have left him no time to find a suitable partner. And so, the handsome lord is still single to this day. Not that there's a lack of candidates. Don't think our fair witches didn't show interest. For one, there is Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and godmother of the younger Slytherin boy. Both her roles enable her to spend considerable time with Lord Slytherin. There's also the fact that they have been seen in the floating candle, eating, just the 2 of them. Maybe they simply are very good at hiding. Or maybe our reborn wizard, who's looking much younger than one would expect, is out for someone younger. During the winter holiday season, he was seen flirting with Quidditch players. The Holyhead Harpies and also the witches from all the other teams in the league might have a chance at snatching up this delectable wizard. Draco skipped to the end of the surprisingly long article to see who had a death wish. Rita Skeeter had been the one to write the scandalous article, and Draco nodded to himself as that sounded credible. That woman had a tendency to write the most polarizing articles she could compose with only marginal references to the facts. One only needed to look at the articles that Witch had written during the tournament, the way she had concentrated on Harry, ignoring the other champions. She really was without fear. "Thank you, my love." Lucius still sounded hoarse, but was no longer coughing. "I'm fine now. I hope that my reaction didn't frighten you." "You did fright me for a moment, dear." "What did you read to get such a reaction?" Knowing that his mother would probably want to read the article herself, Draco picked up the Prophet, folded it so the article was on the top, and held it out to her as she settled back in her seat. "Thank you, Draco." He returned his concentration to his breakfast, trying to come up with a plan for the day around the homework he had to do. Luckily, lessons in politics and the dancing and manners lessons for Harry and Hermione he was helping with wouldn't start until next week. All his planning didn't prevent him from listening to his parents' discussion, though. Is she really insinuating that Lord Slytherin and Lord Black might end up married? His mother sounded incredulous and almost amused. "She is." His father sounded resigned. "I'm not sure how to prevent the Dark Lord from taking revenge on that reporter for her." Wild speculation. Finishing up his tea, Draco looked up from his plate. "May I be excused, and would it be agreeable for me to visit with Theodore today? Ask first." His father answered, still looking less than perfect, his hair mussed from his earlier coughing fit. "Enjoy your day, Draco." "I will, father," Draco said, getting up and leaving the room. He was curious how the Dark Lord would react to that article, but it was a morbid curiosity. Not knowing might be better in this instance. Harry felt inexplicable nervous as he accepted his backpack with all his supplies from the driver Marvolo had hired for this first day. There was no one here who would know who Harry was. This was an opportunity to get to know people without all of his backstory. From the hooligan image the Dursleys had painted of him, to the poor orphan adopted by the former evil Dark Lord, the magical world knew of getting in the way. And maybe that was contributing to Harry's nerves. He wanted to get this right. And what would it say about him if it went wrong? Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Harry nodded to the driver, as far as he had understood, a near squib offering taxi-like services to magical folks, and attempted a smile. "Thank you. You'll be waiting somewhere around here when the lesson is over." "I'll be here. See you in 4 hours." As had been Marvolo's instructions before he allowed Harry to leave, the man didn't use any names or titles. Marvolo had cited security reasons, and Harry didn't feel he had any grounds to argue. "See you." Harry waved, shouldered the bag, and started to walk up the stairs into the school building the art class was going to take place in. Before he reached the door, Harry got out a piece of notebook paper where he had written down directions and the number of the room he had to find. When he made it to the room on the second floor, a man was puttering at the front of the room, and a few people were sitting on chairs in front of empty easels. Muttering a greeting, Harry walked in and sat down at one of the still unoccupied places nearer to the back and with a clear view of the door. All the talk about security had made Harry twitchy. Next to each easel was a small table, and Harry started to remove his supplies from the bag and arrange them on the table in a way that seemed practical, his sketchpad and coal pieces in the middle at the front. "Hi, is this place taken?" Harry turned to the girl who had spoken and nodded, then shook his head, feeling a little surprised. She had nice long hair and a lean figure, and was wearing a short skirt combined with a form-fitting t-shirt. "There's no one sitting there yet," Harry clarified his confusing, non-verbal answer, feeling his face go hot. Blushing in this situation, how mortifying. "Thank you." Her answer was accompanied by a dazzling smile before she turned and started to unpack her own supplies. "All right, everybody," the teacher called, clapping to gain everyone's attention. It grew quiet in the room, and all 10 students turned to face the front of the class. "Welcome. My name is Phil Wilson, but please call me Phil. I'm an art teacher and have given courses like this one for several years now. I see that we have a very wide age range in this course." He smiled at them all, and Harry silently agreed with the man. The oldest student had white hair already, and the girl who had sat down right next to Harry might be a few years older than he. "Let's start with an introduction round. Your name, age, what you normally do, what you hope to learn in this course. Stuff like that." He waved at the man older, almost bald, and dressed casually in shorts and polo shirt, sitting right up front at the wall with the windows, indicating that he should start. The man turned a little in his chair so that he could see everyone and started to talk. "I'm Connor Roberts. Normally I work in accounting. I started art as a way to decompress after a long day at work. My wife arranged this as a birthday present." Harry stopped to listen as he worked not to panic. He would need to talk about himself. What should he say? He had to keep magic a secret. He needed to say something to keep the others from being suspicious, but also needed to keep a lot of his life secret. The name was easy enough, but everything else. It had been ages since he had interacted socially for any length of time with Muggles, if he didn't count Hermione's parents, and that hadn't been long. A few minutes at most, all in all, and the Dursleys didn't count. They just didn't. "My name's Emily. I'm 17, almost finished with school. I want to take art history once I start university, so I thought taking some art classes would be a good preparation." She smiled brightly, and Harry took measured breaths to calm down. "My name is Harry." He had been registered as Harry Black for the course, with serious, smug approval, but if he didn't need to give a last name, then he wouldn't. "I'm 15. I gained an interest in art just recently, and I want to get accepted into the art class at my school." Another part of his life he needed to be vague about. The professor for that class recommended for me to take some classes during the holidays. He hadn't lied, which was a good way to start in Harry's opinion. Fewer chances to slip up later. "My name is Bethany Bate." The woman behind Harry started to speak, she somehow reminded Harry of Mrs. Weasley, with her warm smile and kind eyes. I take courses in oil painting regularly throughout the year. It's a lot more fun to work surrounded by people than to do it alone at home. Only two more students needed to speak before they all had introduced themselves, and Phil once again brought his hands together with a loud sound. Harry was sure that would get on his nerves eventually, and drew everyone's attention back to himself. Thank you, and welcome to you all. Today and tomorrow, we'll work on deciding and sketching what you want to work on. I'll explain a few general basic techniques first, and then you can take a look at some of my art catalogs and books. He indicated a stack of said items he had stacked on the teacher's desk. But let's start with what oil paints are and how to work with them. Harry took notes of how oil paints were made. He had an interest in creating his own to incorporate some magical properties, and also took note of the color theory that Phil explained along the way, together with some pigments used throughout history. Phil's way of explaining things was kind of confusing, jumping from one topic to the next. But the man had a lot of passion for art, which made listening to him easier. Soon, or at least it felt soon to Harry, everyone was walking around, picking up some of the books, searching for an idea of what to do for their class project. "What are you going to pick?" Emily asked, as she sat down at her place, setting down two books on cubism in front of her. "I think maybe a still life, attempting to get something realistic." Harry wasn't really interested in abstract art. Well, it was interesting to look at, but he wanted to get a master of magical art to take him on after school. As far as he knew, there was no abstract magical art. "Which school is yours?" Emily was idly flipping pages, but she didn't seem to concentrate on what she was seeing. "What do you mean? Food and plants seem to be a staple of still life paintings." "Well, which school here in London do you attend?" "I haven't seen you around, and even if you're a bit younger, I feel we should have met before now." For a moment, Harry was stumped. Why would she expect to know him? London was a big city with more than a few schools. Then it dawned. He was once again in expensive clothing, and all his materials were expensive. She had seen that, and concluded that his family was rich. There probably were fewer schools in London favored by the rich than normal ones. That would make meeting the kids of other rich families more likely, and that wasn't even taking social functions and rich neighborhoods into account. "I've been attending a private boarding school ever since I was 11. Our family is rather reclusive. What school are you attending?" Harry really didn't want to talk about himself. Maybe getting her to talk about herself would help. "The Godolphin and Latimer School." She laughed and touched Harry on his shoulder, going for playful, making Harry blush more, even as he felt kind of nervous. "But don't try to change the topic. Do you really call your teachers professor?" "Yes." Harry felt a little out of his depth, looked up from the pile of apples he currently was studying, and felt mortified when he got a good look at more cleavage than he had expected, and his body reacted. Not that he didn't know a teenager's body could react to the slightest stimulus. Robes were a godsend in that regard, but he had a girlfriend and didn't even know this girl, and she was older. "That's odd." She laughed again, leaning a little in Harry's direction, prompting him to move his chair a little away from her. "It's the way it is. Your school probably has some odd traditions as well." "Right." Harry was really confused right now and wanted to get some sketching done before the lesson was over. Maybe he should do some herbs and plants drying. Some of the more mundane potion ingredients maybe. "How are you two doing?" Phil had made his way to where Harry and Emily were sitting, smiling with his hands clasped in front of his belly. "Need any help? I'm thinking about a still life, drying herbs and a few fresh ones, maybe some tools. Any ideas for a composition or example from one of your books?" Maybe Emily would leave him be when he was obviously working. "Interesting, dear. Do you know which plants you want to paint? And what tools would match that scene? I have a book on classical proportions at the front. Maybe you can look through those and try a few sketches. I'll bring some references for plants tomorrow, but I fear I don't have a lot in that direction. You could take a photograph of what you envision and use it as a reference." "Thanks, Phil. I think I can get everything I need to stage a photograph for a reference. We have an extensive herb garden and a well-stocked potions laboratory, but he wouldn't say that out loud. "That's good. Start on your sketches, and don't hesitate to call if you have any questions. Now, Emily, I will take the risk and hazard a guess. You want to work on a cubistic piece?" "Yes, I prefer abstract art." It seemed Emily had taken the hint as she now concentrated on her own sketch and searched for what she wanted to do during the coming 2 weeks. It was a content and tired Harry who returned home that evening, most of his supplies left at the school, where they would stay until the course was over. It had taken him a while to decide if he should even search out his lord. But in the end, Lucius had decided that it was within his responsibility to offer his assistance and ask for his lord's wishes in this. And Narcissa had agreed, a lot less worried about the Dark Lord cursing any of his followers in retribution after all the changes the man had displayed in his actions. First, Lucius had tried to find his lord at Griffin House, but there had only been the squib nanny, maybe, that arrangement was a better choice than a house elf to take care of a toddler and the younger son of his lord. So Lucius had apparated to headquarters, which hadn't seen much use lately, in search of his lord. The place was much cleaner than it had been in the beginning, or the last time Lucius had been here for one of the training sessions the Dark Lord asked them to take part in, and while he walked confidently down the hall, the sound of breaking pottery or china got clearer and clearer. The racket came from the training room, one of the ballrooms cleaned out for meetings and their dueling sessions, and when Lucius dared to step in, after casting a shield charm around himself, he spotted the Dark Lord. He was a spectacular sight. Robes flaring around him with each movement, red eyes blazing, hair bound back with a simple tie, pale wand blur in the air because of the fast spellcasting. And the number of figurines, cups, plates, and amphorae the Dark Lord was conjuring only to blast them to smithereens and dust in the next instant was more than impressive. But it was also a testament of great stress or anger. The Dark Lord always had had a tendency to violence to cope with stress, anger, and frustration. Blasting curses at breakable objects were a method of stress relief Lucius found preferable to casting the Cruciatus at his brethren and himself. His hunch that the Dark Lord was incensed by the article written by Skeeter seemed to have been correct. Suddenly all noise ceased, and the dust started to settle. "Lucius, what a surprise! How may I help you?" The Dark Lord slid his wand away in a fluid movement, carefully stepping over some shards on the floor on his way to where Lucius was standing. He dropped his shield charm and bowed in greeting. "My lord, I came here to ask how I may serve you. Was there a specific reason you came here today to ask such?" There was an amused glint in those red eyes, still hard to look at for Lucius, and not only because his lord was such a good legilimens, and he was pretty certain that his lord knew exactly why he had come here today. But there was nothing for it. Here the Dark Lord was Lucius Liege, the man he owed his allegiance to, not a fellow lord in the Wisengamot he could banter with. "There was, my lord. I saw the article Rita Skeeter had in the Prophet this morning and wanted to ask what stance you would like me to take on such insinuations, an invasion of your privacy." The Dark Lord walked past Lucius, waving for him to follow, and seemed unfazed by the question. They ended up in the small study the Dark Lord used regularly for the smaller meetings with only one or two of his Death Eaters, seated on both sides of the massive desk. "Tea?" Lucius nodded to that casual question, a little bewildered. "Henbane, tea for two and a few of those little pastries, please," the Dark Lord asked off the air, obviously addressing an elf, as a serving tray with tea, milk, and sugar, 2 cups, and a plate filled with little pastries appeared only a few moments later. The Dark Lord took his time preparing his tea, waving at Lucius to do the same, and sat back once there was a huge amount of sugar thoroughly mixed in with the tea. "I'm not sure what to do, Lucius." It was invasive, that is true, but it was kind of positive, wasn't it? She did paint me as a desirable wizard to marry, doing good for our society. He trailed off, took a sip from his tea, and shrugged elegantly. "I don't want to marry anyone, but what should I do to stop her from speculating? I honestly have no idea and am open to suggestions." Lucius took a sip from his tea as well, and then selected one of the pastries. "I'm not sure what you could do, my lord." "I guess that depends on what your goal is. Keeping Miss Skeeter happy and writing positive, if invasive articles is one way to keep up a good reputation in the public's eye. There aren't many ways to keep her from writing such stories and keep her happy, though. She tends to tear down those that make her unhappy or give a better story painted in a bad light than in a good one. She's going to demand an interview, and soon." The way the Dark Lord sighed, and pinched the bridge of his nose at that proclamation was so human that Lucius felt like pinching himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Maybe he could help his lord learn how to field questions from Rita Skeeter. May I make a proposal? Ooh, it had taken longer than he had anticipated to finish all his paperwork and preparation for the Weisengamot meeting this month. So Marvolo stood from his desk well past midnight, stretching and making his back pop to work out the kinks, casting all those spells to work out his frustrations, and then spending the rest of the afternoon being coached by Lucius on how to handle the press hadn't been as much fun as he had hoped to have this afternoon. Time to go to bed. Nagini had left the study hours earlier with a huff, stating she was going to curl up with the bubbly hatchling. Marvolo was at the bottom of the stairs when he heard someone, or something, walking around, maybe coming up from the kitchen. He turned back and heard the person, definitely a person, walk up the stairs from the ground floor. As the wards hadn't tingled and the footsteps were too heavy to be caused by Marcus, it had to be Harry. But why was he still up? Harry, is everything all right? Marvolo was looking down at his son, wearing a dressing gown over his light pajamas, holding a mug with something hot in it, judging by the curls of vapor coming from the surface. Can't sleep, Harry answered, carefully balancing the cup and shrugging with only one shoulder. So I thought getting myself some warm milk might help. You know that you could just have asked Flim to get you some, right? There was something more there than Harry was telling. Why had the boy trouble finding sleep? I know. But I wanted to get out of bed. Fetching it myself felt like the best idea. Harry shrugged again and reached the last step, no longer forcing Marvolo to look down on him. What is troubling you? I thought you had a pleasant day at your first art class. Deciding that they wouldn't have a conversation in the hall just at the top of the stairs, Marvolo gently placed a hand on Harry's shoulder to steer him towards the parlor. Harry followed willingly enough, sighing, but not actually talking before they had settled down in the comfortable seats around the fireplace that burned brighter just moments after they had settled down. There was this girl. She sat down next to me. Wanted to talk all the time, was asking a lot of questions. I think she was trying to flirt, and it was confusing, and I'm not sure. Harry blushed a scarlet red, and Marvolo was getting a bad feeling about this. That sounded as if Harry needed some advice on how to handle attraction and his relationship with Miss Lovegood, and Marvolo did not feel confident in any of those fields. You're not sure, Marvolo prompted. Even feeling out of his depth, this was his duty as a parent. He had known that, and he had accepted everything that came with being a father. I'm not sure why I reacted, and she's pretty. Why would I think she's pretty when I'm in love with Luna? Am I in love with Luna? Harry looked so lost and confused right now, and Marvolo didn't feel he was the best person to help him sort his thoughts out. But Lord Black wasn't in London, not even in Britain, so he had to do. I can't claim to have any experience in any of this, but I think I might be able to help you anyway, Marvolo started, folding his hands and leaning forward, his elbows resting on his knees. Correct me if I get something wrong. That girl took the place next to you, and she tried to flirt and kept trying to engage you in a conversation. Harry nodded, took a sip from his milk but didn't say anything. Did that feel good? Were you happy that she was showing an interest in you? Marvolo remembered quite vividly the annoying hours his classmates had spent teasing each other over the girls, and who might have had a chance to gain a girl's attention, and how they might force that attention. No, Harry sounded unsure. Once I realized what she was doing, I tried to get her to stop by pretending to be absorbed in my work. Obviously, Harry was sure about that. But the other thing, blushing teenagers were kind of adorable, but also confusing. Of course, Marvolo knew that there was a lot of shame and guilt around sexuality in large parts of society, both muggle and magical, but it was frustrating because it made his own place so much harder as well. I'm pretty sure that if I were to get Healer Greengrass here and ask him, he would tell you that teenage boys quite frequently have such reactions with almost no stimulation or reason at all. Harry was blushing even more now. There is no reason to assume that you don't love Miss Lovegood just because a girl flirted with you and your body had a reaction you had no way of controlling. Now Harry was blushing and glaring at Marvolo. You know, that's not actually helpful, he huffed, emptied his mug of milk, and set it down on the table where it promptly vanished. I told you that I'm not good with romantic relationships. You could talk with your godfather. He has a lot more experience. That's not easy with the time difference. Harry answered despondently, fiddling with the hem of his dressing gown. You didn't do anything wrong. Maybe speak about your girlfriend to make the other girl back off. And if I remember correctly, you'll be seeing her on Saturday. He needed to speak with those of his followers who were parents. Maybe they had some more hints for him on how to handle teenagers and their problems. Yes, we'll meet at Theo's. I'm looking forward to that. Now Harry was smiling. Maybe distraction was the best way to help his son find the peace of mind to get to sleep. How did your project to make a mock-up for your project go? Marvolo had only seen a glimpse of what Harry had set up in the potions laboratory, but it had seemed interesting. Yes, it worked rather well, but I'll have to wait for the picture to be developed. I wish I could take my herbology notes to the class. All the notes next to the drawings would be a problem, though. Can't risk exposing magic. From there, their discussion meandered over to the statute of secrecy and what advantages and disadvantages this measure brought with it. When they finally went to bed, Harry seemed calmer. Hopefully he would be able to sleep now. Ooh, Friday, 5th of July 1996, the mother of his heiress made a very good cake. It was a delight to eat and worked well with the tea that he had been offered. Xerxes was quite happy that he had agreed to Hermione's idea of teaching her at her parents' home. It gave him more safe immersion into current Muggle culture, or rather, the British variant of Muggle culture. It hopefully would make speaking and interacting with the parents of the Muggle-born students of his elementary school easier. They currently were contacting a rather impressive number of new possible students, and some reactions had been rather strange. Luckily, the number of magical children still in the foster care system had almost dropped to zero. Not that Xerxes gave in to any illusions over the number of children probably living in less than ideal conditions. I'm going to leave for the office, Jean said from the door, jacket already put on, a smile on her face. Do you need anything? No, I think we have everything, Mum, Hermione said with a smile, turning in her seat to look at her mother. I'll be back late, darling. I hope you have a successful lesson. And with that parting call, she was gone. So let's start on some political discussion. Did you have time to read some more of the files of Wisengamot's sessions of the past? There was a lot that Hermione still needed to learn that others of her station learned from the cradle up. She learned fast, and that worked in her favor, but it was still a lot to take in. Yes, I did, Hermione answered, tucking a strand of her hair behind one ear. And I have a lot of question on why flying carpets were actually banned on the British Islands. What's written in the protocols as reasons given seem pretty useless to me. Xerxes smiled. She had such an analytical mind. You're right. The claims that the safety of the statute would be compromised were pushed forward into the public eye to cover up more mundane and financial reasons to ban them. Xerxes eyed her and narrowed his eyes. You're upset about something not connected with shady practices in an attempt to protect the broom market in Britain. What is on your mind, Hermione? The girl gave a frustrated growl that had Xerxes' brows wing up in surprise. Have you read The Prophet recently? That rag pretending to be a newspaper. Xerxes just had to smile at her righteous fury and her wild hand movements. That horrid Skeeter has written an insulting article. It seemed as if Hermione was having trouble finding the right words to express what she wanted to say. You're referring to the article about the most eligible bachelor. Xerxes put an amused spin on the last three words. He had been highly entertained while reading the article. Yes. Hermione agreed with emphasis, spinning around from where she had started to pace. It's condescending, implying that all women want is to marry someone rich, and that no one can be happy if they aren't married. Where will she go next? Claim that Marcus and Harry aren't safe or happy with Lord Slytherin. She would crush Harry if she did something like that. Hermione stomped over to the nearest armchair and let herself fall into it with a huff. She had no right. I understand your frustration. But I fear that there's little that can be done here. Miss Skeeter didn't write anything wrong. Everything is factually correct, and all speculations are easily recognizable as just that. I agree that she did exaggerate more than a little, but that is her usual style, and the reason people love to read what she writes. Xerxes knew only too well how people like Rita Skeeter were. He had had his share of trouble just after Halloween 1981. It's not right. Hermione, in that moment, resembled more a toddler than a teenager. The public has a peculiar view on what they need to know. People of public interest are called that with good reason. Everyone who's reasonably well known is a figure of public interest. Above all, those people are Quidditch players, the few musicians we have, members of rich families, members of the Wisengamot. I think you understand what I'm trying to say. As long as the press stays away from stalking someone or character assassination, there isn't much to be done, and I think you'll have an easier time later, when you're Lady Lestrange in the Wisengamot, if you start to accept and work with it, instead of fighting a losing battle. She growled low in her throat, and Xerxes just knew that it would take a long time to convince Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, that there were things that couldn't be fought. Dear, the human nature isn't that easily changed, if it is possible at all. I may be old, but I do remember how urgent everything is when one is a teenager. In fact, that urgency had helped Tom convince Xerxes to follow him. I don't think that you'll be able to change the way Miss Skeeter and others write for those wanting to read just such drivel, but you might be able to work on other things, like the still lingering prejudices. Don't become a Don Quixote, my dear. Try to go for possible goals first, Hermione. Chapter 107, Pretty Normal. Chapter text Saturday, 6th of July 1996. Do you have everything? Marvolo asked his two sons for the 10th time that morning. At least it felt like the 10th time. He still wasn't used to being that worried. Being a parent required a lot of adjustment, even after weeks of being one. With Harry at school it had been easier somehow. Yes, Dad, we have everything. Harry was rolling his eyes, but he was also smiling. Before Marvolo could say more, Marcus started up a chant of let's go, and Marvolo decided to do exactly that. He stepped towards the mantel of the fireplace and picked up the container with the flue powder to hold it out to Harry, who was also holding his broom. Harry, you'll go first. Marcus and I will be right behind you, so please don't linger in front of the fireplace once you're through. And if you should end up somewhere else, just use your portkey and return home. Any more questions? Marvolo would feel better about sending his son through the flue on his own once he had a little more practice. No, Dad. I think I know what to do. Harry took a pinch of the powder and stepped up towards the fireplace, loose linen robes flapping around his shins. He threw the powder down into the flames, tinting them green, stepped in and called out, "Not manna," vanishing while he started to spin. To give Harry a moment to arrive and step out of the way, Marvolo held out his hand to Marcus before he set the pot down back on the mantel. Do you have any questions, Marcus? He only got a head shake in answer and felt his son's grip on his hand tighten. Then stay close and keep your elbows in. Moments later, the two of them vanished in a flash of green light, spinning quickly in place, different fireplaces flashing by. Once they slowed down, Marvolo took a measured step out of the flue network, supporting a stumbling Marcus, and entering the blue and mermaid-themed reception room in Not Manor. Harry was standing near to the fireplace, covered in soot and deep in conversation with the Not heir. You look good without glasses. What did make you decide to go through with healing your eyes? With a flick of his free hand, Marvolo removed the soot from both Marcus and himself, before turning to Harry and drawing the teenager's attention by removing the soot from his older son. Lord Slytherin. Theodore, not startled visibly, before bowing a little deeper than was necessary, once he had turned to look to where Marvolo was standing. Ere not, Marvolo greeted back, inclining his head and smirking at the flush of embarrassment on the teen's cheeks. I agreed to accompany Aidan to the birthday party. Do you know where he is? Father said they would be down here momentarily, Lord Slytherin. It was painfully obvious how uncomfortable his son's friend was, almost running away and fidgeting with his robe buttons. Don't wait here on my account. I'm pretty sure you have other guests you need to tend to. Harry had recounted the expected children just this morning over breakfast. Have fun, and I expect you back for dinner, Harry. Sure thing, Father, Harry said with a smile, shouldering his broom. Have fun at your party, Marcus, and tell your friend happy birthday from me. Marcus only nodded, keeping a lookout for Aidan, who also was invited to the birthday party. It didn't take long after both Theo and Harry had left for Benjamin and little Aidan to turn up, the boy dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, just like Marcus, a small knapsack on his back. You're already here. I'm sorry it took us so long, but Aidan insisted that we should wrap the present without magic, and neither one of us has a lot of experience with that. The image of Benjamin Nott and his son Aidan struggling with wrapping paper and spello tape almost made Marvolo smile. But that probably would have scarred Benjamin, There hadn't been much Marvolo had smiled about during the last war, so Marvolo did hide it. So everything is ready now. Marvolo asked the small boy, holding his adopted father's hand. Yes, sir. We wrapped the present in really nice paper. The butterflies move around. That sounds pretty. If it's all right with your father, I would suggest that we leave now. You both certainly don't want to be late, do you? Earnest shakes of small heads was his answer, and Aidan walked over to hold Marvolo's hand. You'll be picking them up later. Marvolo directed his question to Benjamin. They had arranged everything beforehand, but it always was good to check. Just as we discussed, Marvolo. There was a slight pause of hesitation before Benjamin used Marvolo's chosen name, but one by one his Death Eaters got more comfortable with the changed dynamics. And if there should be anything preventing me from picking our children up, I'll send an elf to inform you and arrange a different way for them to get home. Marvolo planned on having Flim keep an eye on Marcus the whole day. In fact, he had ordered the elf to do so before going down to breakfast, so it wouldn't be a problem anyway. But contingency plans were a good thing to have. Keep a good grip on my hands, you two, and take a deep breath and exhale when I give the signal. Marvolo checked on both boys before calling up the image of the alley they were going to apparate to. He had checked the place out as soon as Marcus had been invited to the birthday party of one of the Muggle-born girls in his son's class. Now, when the boys started to exhale, Marvolo turned on the spot, drawing them in tight, concentrating on their destination, apparating to the nice village in the north of England. Once they arrived, it took a few moments, and a stomach-soother per boy, to mitigate the effects of apparition before they started to walk towards the house with its garden decorated with garlands, balloons, and lampions. The sound of playing children was a dead giveaway as well. Soon Marvolo had dropped off the two little wizards at a Muggle house in a Muggle neighborhood. It was an odd situation. But the mother of the birthday girl had a friend over who was a witch, so the group of magical school children wasn't without competent supervision. Smiling to himself when he, without effort, thought that Harry would frown at that phrasing, and corrected that thought to clarify the competent to act in a magical emergency, Marvolo walked away back to the alley. He had a lot to do today, with the children out of the house for a longer time. Better get to it. "Ooh, oh, you got rid of those ugly glasses," was the first thing Draco said when Harry followed Theo out of the house and into the garden. Harry laughed and shook his head. Trust Draco to make an almost Gryffindor-brash announcement like that while also being an obnoxious git about it. "How is life with a baby sister, Malfoy?" Harry teased, setting his broom right next to the others against the wall of the house. "I guess your manor is big enough to get lost in, so she probably doesn't wake you in the middle of the night crying because she's hungry. I'm lucky we're rich. Her room is far enough from mine. And you know that there are silencing wards and charms that can be put on walls, right?" Draco was grinning from ear to ear, enjoying their bantering. "Who else is here already?" Harry asked of Theo, who was standing right next to them, amused by their quips. "Hermione is down by the herb garden, asked if she could look at what we have in there. She wants to write an essay about typical magical household gardens for herbology or something." "Wait," Harry interrupted his friend. "I thought we were to write an essay about one plant and its care." Had he forgotten part of their homework? Yes, she said something about extra credit work. Theo didn't sound too sure, but it would fit with Hermione. She tended to go overboard with her efforts for school. There simply was no denying that. Neville was also interested and went with her. "Luna is somewhere over there." Theo waved towards where Harry knew the owlery to be. She said something about some raxperts over there she wanted to shoo away. "I'll go say hello to her then," Harry decided. After all, he hadn't seen her since the train back to London, and he needed to talk with her about Emily and her insistent flirting that was getting on his nerves. Talk of his girlfriend from school hadn't worked as a deterrent like Harry had hoped. "Sure. When a few of the others are here, I would like to have a pick-up Quidditch game before there will be cake and such later," Theo said, nodding agreeably. Not sure if and how to bring up Ginny, Harry simply nodded his agreement and made off towards the owlery in search of Luna. The whole situation with Theo and Ginny and their families was like a hornet's nest, not worth disturbing only for his curiosity's sake. It didn't take Harry long to find his girlfriend sitting on the grass near the owlery, an owl perched on her knee, letting itself being petted. With a smile and nervous butterflies in his stomach, Harry approached Luna, enchanted by the blonde strands of hair dancing in the almost non-existing wind. There always was something magical about her. "Hi there," he greeted once he was near enough, sitting down right next to her, folding his legs in tailor fashion. "Harry, I missed you." Luna moved closer to Harry, giving him first a quick peck on the lips, and then moving back in for a much longer kiss. "I missed you too." Hearing how breathless he sounded made Harry flush, but he also was really happy. He really had missed her. "How is your art class? You did start one already, didn't you?" In typical Luna fashion, her attention was on the owl again, giving head scratches that seemed to be just in the right spot. Not having her eyes on him made talking so much easier. "The class is great. The teacher, Phil, knows a lot and can explain really well. I have decided to paint a still life, herbs being prepared and dried, and have been trying different layouts all through class yesterday. And the other students are mostly nice too. I'm the youngest. But there's this girl, Emily, she's getting on my nerves." Harry swallowed. Why did he tend to ramble when he was nervous? What did she do to be so irritating? Do you think she might have a problem with noggles? Luna didn't stop petting the owl, but Harry knew she was listening attentively even while seeming distracted. "She's always flirting with me, and doesn't stop even though I said I have a girlfriend. It's irritating," Harry huffed, only barely happy with that explanation. The fact that her perfume and the clothes she had chosen to wear on Friday once again had gotten his body's attention was bothering him a lot. But he had no idea how to talk about that. It was all so embarrassing. "Is she pretty?" Luna asked, tilting her head as if she wanted to get a better angle for looking at the owl on her knee. "Emily." Luna managed time and again to react in surprising ways, so Harry was confused and trying to decide what he or someone else would call pretty. "I guess. She does try to look good. Makeup and clothes and stuff." What was Luna getting at? And was there even any reason to her question? "Did you kiss?" The serene smile somehow made that question creepy. Why had Harry wanted to tell Luna about Emily again? "No, why would I want to? I don't even know her. And you're my girlfriend. That would be simply wrong." For a moment, Harry longingly thought back to the days before Hogwarts. Life at the Dursleys had been hard and boring but predictable. This here was so confusing, terribly confusing. "There's nothing wrong with looking hairy or with more if all agree," Luna shrugged, still smiling. She looked up and tilted her head again like a curious puppy. "You're cute, Harry. I'm not angry for something Emily is doing. Don't worry so much. Are there rackspots in the room you have your art class in?" That made Harry laugh and lean close into Luna's space, which led to them kissing for quite some time. "Ooh, oh, where have you two been?" Hermione turned in her seat at the table on the porch. The lemonade was very good, not too sweet and refreshingly tart, as Draco called out to someone behind her. When she spotted Harry and Luna holding hands, walking towards them, she smiled. It was so nice to see Harry so happy, enjoying simple things. "Why should we tell you?" Luna asked, sounding puzzled, before sitting down in Harry's lap the moment he had settled down in one of the empty chairs. "Are we going to play a game of Quidditch now?" Harry asked, obviously in an attempt to change the topic. But that wouldn't do. Or well, Hermione wanted to change the topic too, but to something serious, not that silly game. "Have you read that horrible article that Skeeter woman published a few days ago?" Even after she had had time to think about the article, taking everything Uncle Xerxes had said into account, she still got angry every time she thought about it. She wanted to act, and acting without getting Harry's input would not be right. He was affected. She shouldn't act without his approval. Harry rolled his eyes, which made Hermione bristle. Why couldn't he take this seriously? "Yes, I've seen it. Father was not happy, but she didn't lie. And I know you remember the terms of her agreement with you. She didn't break it. We don't gain anything if we get angry about it." Harry, why was he always so contrary? "I don't believe you. That article didn't make you angry. Isn't still making you angry. She may not be lying, but she speculates to a totally unreasonable degree. We can't let her get away with that." "What agreement?" Theo injected a question from where he was sitting next to Draco, interrupting before Harry could react to Hermione's question. "Not really important, Theo." Harry waved that question away, turning a suddenly serious look at Hermione. "You have seen those women's magazines, those with gossip in them, like my weekly. What Skeeter wrote isn't that different from what's written about celebrities anywhere in the world. And they tend to go even more overboard. Please, you don't need to be offended on our behalf." In her frustration, why was Harry so dense about such things? Hermione threw up her hands, barely refraining from grabbing her own hair, which would ruin her hairdo. But she's projecting harmful prejudices and expectations from society through that rubbish. Don't you see all the damage she's doing by writing this drivel? To Hermione's confusion, Harry pinched the bridge of his nose in a way reminiscent of Professor Snape before he took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The moment he started to speak, Hermione felt her frustration grow at his tone. You won't change prejudices like those by putting pressure on one journalist, not even in such a small community like ours. You know that people don't like being told that what they do isn't right. I can see it in your eyes, Hermione. You don't like that I don't seem to agree. Am I right? Hermione narrowed her eyes. Then she huffed, closing her eyes. Harry was right, but it was so frustrating. Excuse me for a while, please. Hermione stood and left to ponder her approach to this problem. Before she was out of earshot, she heard Theodore ask, "Seriously, Harry, what agreement?" She picked up her pace and walked down to the nice bench that stood near the herb garden. The others probably would stay away from there, giving her the time she needed to calm down and come up with a plan. A tentative one would be enough for a start. Ooh, one of the elves had informed Benjamin that there were 2 visitors waiting for him in the reception room, so Benjamin was on his way there to greet his visitors. Probably more of Theo's friends from school. He had invited quite a few of them, and Benjamin was happy that his son's circle of friends had grown over the past year. When he reached the room, he was surprised to see Arthur Weasley standing there with his sole daughter right beside him. The girl seemed to be vibrating with tension and anticipation, almost enough to float up from the ground. Benjamin wasn't really sure if it was a good idea for the 2 of them to enter into a relationship, but as they were teenagers, a certain amount of experimentation and impulsive decisions were expected. Not that this knowledge of teenagers and their antics was helping him keep calm and act reasonable in this situation. "Mr. Weasley, welcome to my home. Am I to assume that your daughter is here on Theodore's invitation?" Reminding himself to be polite, as Theo had claimed that he currently was interested in marrying Miss Weasley once they both had finished their education. As earnest as he had been, the possibility this would change was high. Benjamin smiled and waited for the other wizard to answer. "That's correct, Lord Nart. I'm here because my wife insisted I make sure that Ginny knows what is expected of her." And Benjamin, as the host, went unsaid. "And to agree on a time when I'll be back to pick her up. She also wanted to make sure that Ginny isn't alone with the boys." Benjamin held back a smile when he saw Mr. Weasley roll his eyes. "Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood are here already, and the Greengrass sisters might arrive later. Thea told me the whole list of friends he invited, but to my shame, I don't remember them all." Interesting to see that Mrs. Weasley insisted on following one of the oldest pure-blood traditions, but only for her daughter as far as Benjamin could see. "You can come pick your daughter up before dinner." "Sounds reasonable," Mr. Weasley said, nodding to his daughter, who bobbed a curtsy towards Benjamin before dashing off to the garden, or so Benjamin assumed. "I'm sorry for her behavior," Mr. Weasley said, exasperated. "No reason to be. Theo has been jittery the whole time since the children have been back from Hogwarts. I'm sure they have been waiting for this weekend. It must have felt like an eternity." Benjamin knew how it had felt to not be able to see his love for an extended time. He still felt his loss from time to time, as if it had happened just days before, not years. "Probably," Mr. Weasley sighed. "I'll be back to pick her up." "See you then," Benjamin nodded, and waited until the flames went back to their normal red from the green tint Floo powder caused, before turning on his heel and returning to his study. He probably would be interrupted again, but there were letters to read and answers to be written. "Ooh, how long do we want to wait until we go play a round of Quidditch?" Draco asked, after Hermione had stormed off, and Harry had once again declined to explain what agreement he had alluded to. The lemonade was great, but sitting here and talking wasn't why Draco had come. He wanted to fly and play. "I guess until enough people are here," Neville said, shrugging. "I will not touch a broom, and I think Hermione isn't up to flying either. So that leaves Harry and Luna as well as you, Draco and Theo. What would you play 2 against 2? We could play 1 chaser and keeper against each other, or 2 chasers without keeper. I want to play." Draco knew he was whining, but he really had looked forward to flying and didn't want to wait any longer. We could. Harry agreed, darting a look over to where Theo was playing with a small, thin piece of wood. What do you think, Theo? Who? Theo looked up, clearly not aware of what Harry had asked him. What do you think of playing 2 against 2 until the others are here? Do you know if Ginny and the others will be here soon? Harry asked, and Draco rolled his eyes. They could simply play. Why were they talking? No idea when they'll be here, but there's still a chance that she'll be here. Theo held up the small piece of wood he had been fiddling with. I asked Father to charm 2 pieces for me. I placed one into the letter for Ginny and asked her to snap it if her parents refused to let her come. He held up his piece. Mine would snap as well, but it's still whole. So you want to wait and do nothing until your girlfriend's here? Draco moaned in annoyance. Why are you romantic fools so pathetic? Harry had the audacity to laugh, but Draco's indignation quickly changed to dread when a dangerous gleam started in those green eyes. And when will you join the ranks of the lovesick fools, Draco? I'm sure Pansy would be willing to help. Before Draco could come up with a good answer to that, a person ran out of the house and jumped Theo. The person had red hair, and Draco was pretty sure that it had to be the Weasley girl. Good, let's start playing. Draco stood and clapped his hands together. If he didn't force the others to start already, it might never come to a game. Okay, Harry and I against Theo and Ginny. Or do you want to play, Luna? No, that's fine. I like watching more than playing. She didn't even look at him. That girl was strange, but she was Harry's girlfriend, not his, so why should he complain? And we can switch after a while. Ginny agreed, her cheeks flushed. Can I borrow a broom? I didn't bring one. You can have one of mine. Let's move over to the pitch. It wasn't really a pitch like they had at their manor, or like the one at Potter Manor, more a big stretch of relatively flat grass. But it was enough for a pick-up game with a few friends. Laughing and talking animatedly, everyone, with the exception of Granger, who was still sulking, walked over to the pitch a few moments later. Maybe this would get to be a great afternoon. And maybe Draco would manage to find out what exactly that agreement was between Skeeter and Granger. Probably had something to do with the articles during the tournament fiasco, and possibly something with the beetle-like qualities that Witch had. Not really caring one way or the other, he was just curious. Draco claimed the spot of chaser on his team and swooped up into the air on his broom, hair blowing in the wind, calling out a whoop of joy. Ooh, it was afternoon when Bill apparated over to Griffin House, where Marvolo had suggested they meet for the start of preparations and planning. While everything before had been exhilarating and out of what was normal, even for a curse breaker, removing the portion of a soul from a living being was so much more daunting. That the living being in this case was human, and a child, and someone Bill knew and actually liked, made the whole situation so much worse. The door was opened by an elf Bill hadn't seen before, bowing as seemed to be custom, and walking quickly to stay ahead of Bill while leading him to the study Marvolo normally used. The first thing Bill noticed the moment he stepped into the study was the desk covered in papers, letters, and books. Once he had settled down in one of the visitor chairs, it became clear that nothing of what was covering the desk had to do with the ritual they had worked on, or Horcruxes. It looked more like books about laws and estate management, as well as a lot of letters of normal conversation, invitations, business proposals, and the like. Who's that elf? Have I seen it before? Bill really wasn't sure. He didn't pay that much attention to house elves when he came into contact with them, which didn't happen all that often usually. His name is Henbane. He's my personal elf, and I have no idea if you have met before, Marvolo said, writing some last word with a flourish onto one piece of parchment before looking up. Hi, Bill. Thanks for coming. You know that I want to help. Why shouldn't I come when you ask me for help? Bill shrugged. What exactly do you need my help for now? I'm not an expert in laws or any of that high society stuff. Bill waved at the mess on the desk, tilting his head in question. There isn't even a date coming up that I think would be especially beneficial for this ritual. Bill felt reluctant to really speak out loud what they would have to do, hopefully to remove something from Harry that had no place to be stuck in him. We have a blue moon this month, Bill. We decided that a day of power is too dangerous, because it's too powerful, but any normal day could be too weak. A second full moon in a month is not a situation that happens all that often, but it isn't rare either. I know that means we'll be rather short of time to prepare everything we need, but I'm not comfortable leaving the Horcrux where it is longer than necessary. And with Harry being at school most of the year, opportunities are rare as it is. Marvolo sighed and waved a hand, neatening up the random stacks into something resembling a planned mess rather than a haphazard one. A blue moon, yes, that could work. When is it? The 30th, right. That leaves us with more than 3 weeks for preparation. I think that's enough. We've come to a place where we can replicate the ritual adequately, but we might want to adapt some of the surrounding parameters. Bill made a face that sounded much too stuck up and clinical. He rubbed a hand over his face, taking a deep breath. Like what? Marvolo didn't sound his best, leaning back in his chair. Another healer on scene, so there is one for you and one for Harry, for starters, Bill said without a moment's hesitation. I think using the Malfoy's ritual room is a good idea after it's been cleaned once more. It's very well made. Then Bill fell quiet when things came to mind that needed sorting but were kind of gruesome to contemplate. I also should prepare for the eventuality that the ritual goes wrong, don't you think? Unhappy that his fear had been said out loud, Bill gave Marvolo a dark look. If you fear something might go wrong now, you should have feared something going wrong before now while you did the same ritual in experimental form several times, Marvolo. Now it was Marvolo who shrugged. Maybe because I was missing several pieces of my soul when I started out experimenting. This is the last piece, and it's really small. Maybe I'm back to being almost normal. The fact I'm now also responsible for 2 children, one of them still really young, might have changed my perception of things. Bill inclined his head, conceding the point. So, updating your will, Bill winced. That sounded so bad. Or maybe finding a different way, one that isn't risking your life. We could include a few more rune sequences into the circle to protect you. That idea had merit and set Bill's mind on a merry chase for possible ways to do that and not risk the integrity of the circle. Sounds like a reasonable precaution, as well as the second healer. I'll have to see who might be available and able, as well as willing, to help. Any suggestions? Marvolo pulled out an empty sheet of parchment and picked his quill back up, starting on what looked like a list of tasks. What about the healer that works at St. Mungo's as an expert on the consequences of dark magic? I know he's really good. He helped quite a few curse breakers I know. And didn't he work with Dumbledore after he was subjected to that unique curse last year? Bill offered as an option. Do you think he can be trusted? I'm pretty sure what we plan to do isn't actually legal, even as I'm also pretty confident that it's not exactly illegal either. I would rather not ruin the lives of my sons and myself, because I involve someone new at this stage. Bill narrowed his eyes. There was the slightest glimmer in Marvolo's eyes that indicated some hidden amusement. They had spent a lot of time together. Yes, Bill answered slowly, while trying to puzzle out what was amusing Marvolo so much. He's proven himself trustworthy. That's good. Marvolo was smirking now, and when Bill growled in frustration, he had the audacity to chuckle. Let it rest, Bill. I'm pretty sure you don't want to know. Bill gave an exasperated sigh, but let it go. Marvolo had a past, a dangerous, dark, murderous past, and Bill really didn't want to know too many details. So 2 healers, a freshly cleaned ritual room, a reworked will. What else needs to be done? Bill tried to steer the conversation back on topic. I need to find someone to look after Marcus for a few days. I think both Harry and I will probably need to rest after we are finished. Maybe I'll ask Benjamin if Marcus can have a sleepover with Aidan. The quill moved over the parchment, adding another item to the list. Do you intend to inform Madame Bones that there might be a risk of her? Bill couldn't speak it. Maybe it was superstition, but talking about the things that needed to be done if a ritual went wrong wasn't something done by those taking part in the preparation. It simply was bad luck, and therefore not done. I'm not sure, maybe in general terms, that I intend to reverse something that is still a danger, and that I don't want to involve anyone not needed in it. I also would ask you to read my first draft of a book. I need some feedback on presentation of the information, and if it is not too biased. I want it to be a deterrent by providing all the information I didn't have. But I'm not unbiased, and I know you have enough knowledge to adequately judge the content, and are also stable and grounded enough not to be tempted. It took a moment for Bill to notice that Marvolo was holding a stack of loosely bound parchment pieces into his direction. When he had taken in the mixed compliment, Bill took the draft from Marvolo and looked at the first page, which showed only name of the author and title, annotated with working draft, and Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Marvolo Slytherin, also known as Lord Voldemort, was noted as the author. "That's thorough," was all Bill could say, still too shocked to say anything else. "I wanted to provide some context. There's also a rather personal introduction. The order might seem counterintuitive, but I plan to charm it so that a reader can't skip forward without reading every single page. So all deterrents and all the important information of the adverse effects can't be skipped before one reaches the information on how to create Horcruxes." Marvolo seemed oddly calm about the whole thing, while Bill was wondering what his mother would say if she saw him reading something like that. "You can write in the margins, mark words, whatever you need to make your point. This is an extra copy. I charmed it to be unreadable for anyone who didn't receive it directly from my hand. I don't want to get you into trouble. Thanks," was all that could be said to that. "Do you want to make a plan for preparations, like practicing the whole ritual and its steps?" Bill really felt they would feel better about the whole situation if they were sure about the steps and secure in the knowledge that they had done everything they could in preparation. "Let's do that," Marvolo agreed, picking up another piece of parchment to draw up a schedule. Wednesday, 10th of July, a summer storm was raging outside the cabin Charlie lived in, and Ron folded the letter Harry had sent with Hedwig several days ago back into its original shape. It had been a long letter, expressing happiness over Ron's sudden luck in being able to visit his brother, talking at length over Hermione's newest obsession with Rita Skeeter and her tendency to exaggerate, and behind it all hope that they would have time to play Quidditch together once Ron was back in England. He felt bad about uprooting the plans they had made on the train and about not writing sooner. So he got out Charlie's inkwell and one of the quills. It looked like it had been burned at the edges, and started on a letter to his friend. "Hi, Harry. Sorry for taking so long. It's so exciting here. Charlie hasn't let me too close to the dragons. Not as close as you were when you tried to get that egg, but still closer than sitting in those stands let me be. And they are huge. I have to tell you it's great that Dad convinced Mum to let me go. You know her. She didn't think it would be a good idea for me to be here. I like the people here. They're so laid back and easygoing, not such stuck-up pricks like the people Percy works with. It's funny how almost all of them wear their hair short or even shaved. Even the witches. I guess the danger of setting it on fire when near the dragons or their eggs makes that the better choice. A few have long hair but braided really close to the head. It looks kind of neat. Do you think it would look good on me? But I would have to have my hair grow out. A potion would work. I wonder why Snape has long hair while always working around flames and fumes, and not even tied back. Can you imagine Hermione with her hair really short? If I'm lucky, I can stay another 2 weeks. Currently the weather is terrible. A storm with thunder and heavy rain is forcing us to stay inside. Even the dragons have hunkered down to ride the weather out. But the cabin is great. There are bunk beds and a small fireplace made from stones you can find all around here. The rain blows against the windows. I think they would break if there wasn't a charm on them to prevent that. Next week, a clutch of abandoned eggs are expected to be hatching. First, I wasn't sure if I wanted to come close to those mini beasts. You remember Norbert? Baby dragons are still dragons, way too many sharp teeth for my liking. But the dragon handlers here do know what they're doing, more than Hagrid did. For one thing, they only build their cabins out of stone, and specially treated wood that's covered with stone on the outside. Nothing can burn here. No, that's not completely correct. Almost all the trees are heavily burned. I guess that's what happens when there are grown dragons around. This place is so big that we need to use brooms to get from one point to the other. I think I could do something like that if I don't manage to get onto a Quidditch team. Do you think there will be scouts from the teams at our games next year? It would be absolutely great to have that opportunity. Think you'll play again? Maybe against Hufflepuff. I think as long as you don't play Seeker against us, I think you should absolutely play. Charlie has dinner finished, so I'll wrap up. We'll have to wait for better weather before I can send this letter. Hope your holidays are as much fun as mine. See you. Ron leaving the letter out so the ink hopefully would dry. Ron went over to eat the scrambled eggs with sausages Charlie had made. He was ravenous. Wednesday, 17th of July, 1996. It had been one of those long and boring sessions, tedious beyond belief. Marvolo was happy that it was over, and judging by the way, Harry rolled his shoulders as they both stood from the Slytherin seat. Harry had opted to sit with Marvolo and let the man explain instead of sitting in the Potter seat and writing a report later, and made their way over to the almost obligatory mingling after the session. "Can I go over and talk a while with Neville?" Harry asked from just next to Marvolo's elbow, all manners and respect. He had learned a lot since Marvolo had adopted Harry. "Of course. Don't leave the vicinity. Be prepared to leave soon. I don't think we'll stay much longer." Marvolo gave his permission, smiling, and his glamoured eyes, with the last ritual, returned them from red to the colour they had been before. Searching the room for Amelia, he wanted to speak with her. "Thanks, Dad," Harry whispered, while already starting to make his way over to where his friend was standing next to his grandmother. Moments later, Marvolo spotted Amelia in a conversation with Cornelius and a few other department heads. Nodding to a few of the others as he walked past, Marvolo made his way over, catching her eyes with his request for a talk. When she nodded almost imperceptibly, Marvolo changed his course subtly to walk over to a more secluded spot. This time, he would erect some privacy charms, even though he didn't plan to make too obvious statements where others might see or hear. "You looked bored out of your mind there. If not for your son sitting next to you, I'm almost sure you would have dozed off like Lord Ogden," Amelia said the moment she had made her way over to where Marvolo was waiting. Marvolo chuckled, adding a charm for a backrest was a nice idea before shaking his head. "Well, it certainly wasn't the most exciting one. What do you want to talk about?" "You certainly wouldn't go to all that trouble." Amelia waved her hand around, clearly indicating the privacy charms Marvolo had raised, "if you wanted to organize a time for Marcus and I to meet." "True. I wanted to inform you that I'm going to adjust my will to see to it that you will be the one holding Marcus, inheritance in trust for him, until he comes of age should something happen to me." In fact, Marvolo already had finished those parts of the preparations for the final Horcrux retrieval ritual. Dowager Longbottom will do the same for Harry. "Why the sudden concern over something happening to you, Marvolo? You're not really old. And while you might have a rather large number of possible enemies, you also are one of the most accomplished duelers currently alive. You can protect yourself." Her eyes narrowed. "Do you plan something foolish?" Marvolo gave her his best, Humi. "Look," before he answered, "there's still some stuff around I need to take care of. And no, I can't let more people in to make it safer. And yes, I'll let you know once I have finished with what I need to do and if you can provide help." Amelia huffed and rolled her eyes. "I've got a feeling that I don't really want to know more. So the only thing left to do is for me to wish you luck. Be careful and get as much help as you can. Promise me that. Marcus and Harry need you." She placed her hand on his arm, emphasizing her point. Marvolo placed one of his own hands on top of hers and squeezed before letting his arm fall to his side. "I promise." They parted ways without exchanging further words, knowing that it would be pointless in this moment. Marvolo collected his son, only greeting Dowager Longbottom and the Longbottom heir briefly, before walking out and making their way to the foyer where they planned to use the flue to get home. Harry needed more practice with that method of travel. "Lord Slytherin, a moment of your time, please." Taking a deep breath, Marvolo braced himself for the assault of questions he expected from Rita Skeeter. He had trained for this with Lucius' help. He would get through this with dignity and without losing her goodwill. "Keep calm and let me answer her questions, Harry," Marvolo said, before raising his occlumency shields to full power and turning to face the ruthless reporter Rita Skeeter to answer questions. Calmly and with dignity. Chapter 108, Once in a Blue Moon. Chapter text Wednesday, 17th July 1996. "I do have a few moments, Miss Skeeter," Marvolo said with a smile that was devoid of warmth but all professionalism. "Thank you," she said with a smile bright as a Lumos, but all professionalism as well. While she readied her notepad and quill, Marvolo noticed how ministry employees and attendees of the Wisengamot meeting stopped around them. Some of them were less than subtle in the way they stopped, just inside hearing range. "Do you plan to marry any time soon? Are the single witches going to lose the most eligible bachelor before they can make a pass themselves?" Skeeter resembled a shark having sensed blood in the water. I don't plan to marry, and there have been several people making passes so far, Marvolo answered, remembering the many flirting people on all the functions around Yule. You don't plan to marry? Why ever not? You're young yet and have two sons who certainly would benefit from a female presence in their lives. Odds all around made clear that most of the people watching agreed with that assessment. Sometimes society was tiring. Henry is at Hogwarts most of the year, where he has regular contact with professors, including witches. I do employ a nanny for Marcus, who also has several female teachers at his school. There's no reason to marry simply to give my sons a female presence in their lives. Really, that was one of the dumbest reasons to marry Marvolo could imagine. And what about your own needs? Staying single isn't the most happy a wizard can be. Skeeter seemed pretty convinced that she was telling the truth, and Marvolo could understand better now why Amelia had decided to simply let the assumption stand that she was still mourning her family, devoting herself to magical law and her niece. I'm not alone, Miss Skeeter. I've got friends and family. And before you claim that no wizard can be happy without a wife or other companion, I want to ask you if you would ask a widower the same questions. Marvolo was pretty sure he was asexual. The human form simply held nothing of interest for him. Madame Goyle had given him literature on other forms of sexual attraction, interesting to read, but nothing felt really relevant to him, and it seemed there were a lot of layers to this aspect of human life, and a chance for him to find a romantic interest. Not that he was sure that he wanted to fall in love, or that he didn't want to fall in love. Skeeter seemed to flounder for a moment, and Marvolo took the chance, smiled, kinder this time. At least he was going for kind, trying to end this impromptu interview right there. I stumbled unprepared into that curse, Miss Skeeter. I don't want to repeat the error of running headfirst into something unknown. I'm Lord Slytherin, not Gryffindor. That last line brought about a lot of laughter and a break in tension that made it possible for him to sketch a bow, turn, place an arm around Harry's shoulders, and start to walk away. Was that a joke? Harry asked in an almost whisper. I'm sure Lucius feels smug about the fact it worked so well. It was his idea. In fact, there had been quite a few jokes Lucius had insisted they prepare. Marvolo had practiced them again and again until they seemed natural and spontaneous once again. Harry chuckled. We need to hurry, or I'll be late to my class. Nodding, Marvolo agreed, taking a pinch of flu powder. I'll apparate you into the area. It's quicker than waiting for the driver. You'll be in time. Ooh, Sunday, 21st of July 1996. It was a sunny day, and Draco was really happy that he had gotten his dream birthday party. As his birthday had been when they all had taken their owl exams, no one had been in the mood to have a party. That had swayed his parents to allow a party with only his friends, and games and nice food, without all the adults and their politics. It was great. Walking over to the buffet to secure himself another slice of the excellent chocolate cake, Draco noticed Harry just standing there, holding a glass of reddish lemonade, smiling a little wistfully. Or sadly. Draco wasn't sure, but would find out. Who are you hiding from? The little ones aren't here to demand you play dragon. That story had been told up and down in school after that party, and one benefit of only having his own friends here was that the small children weren't here as they tended to be at summer parties. Harry sighed, tipping the scales in favor of his being sad. I know, but the girls are after me, demanding to help me get a total makeover. Something about when I get rid of my glasses, I should also do something about my hair. I didn't wait around to hear what else they might want to do. Astoria is a force to reckon with, Draco shared in the chuckle over that. But hiding from the girls and a makeover plan didn't explain the odd look on Harry's face. For a brief moment, Draco's curiosity warred with his common sense and training of how an heir in Slytherin should act. Then he decided to change the topic. When do you plan to have your own birthday party? On your actual birthday? I guess you can't get your little brother out of the picture. I guess that's not really an option, is it? Why was he rambling? And Harry gave another sigh that was getting irritating before he shrugged, took a sip from the lemonade and answered. Number to both. Marcus wants to be there and I want to have him there. It's nice having a little brother. I guess that might change later, he shrugged again, but at the moment it's still new enough to be nice. And I won't have a party on my actual birthday. Maybe the weekend after, something small. We'll see. Deciding that enough was enough, Draco plucked the lemonade glass out of Harry's hands, placed it on the table, right next to the bowl of candied fruits to go with the ice cream, and started to pull his friend over to where Theo and Blaze were talking with Greg and Vincent. Let's go and play a game of Quidditch. This morose mood can't stay this way. You don't want to ruin my birthday party, do you? Following along with a laugh, Harry reclaimed his hand and walked faster once they reached the others. No, we don't want to make little Draco cranky, so let's play Quidditch. Hey, Draco exclaimed, indignant, running to catch up with Harry while the others started to laugh and followed as well. This was better, and he was going to win. Ooh, Wednesday, 29th of July 1996. Harry, is something wrong? Why did you call? Everything all right? It's the middle of the night over in London, isn't it? Tell me that you're all right, please. Harry was so happy to see his godfather's face and was endlessly amused by the man's antics. I can't tell you anything if you don't stop to let me speak. It had been the right decision to call Sirius. He already felt better, tension leaving his muscles, which had kept him from sleeping for hours now. I'm sorry, you're right. Please go ahead, Sirius answered, nodding a bit too rapidly to be convincing. Harry felt himself smile, legs stretching out more comfortably under his light summer blanket. I couldn't sleep. Tomorrow is a full moon, the second this month. A blue moon, I know. I've been keeping track ever since I learned of Remus, furry little problem. Why is that relevant? Sirius certainly wasn't a patient man. I'm coming to that. Can you please stop interrupting me? And still Harry felt oddly comforted by Sirius simply being serious. His godfather mimed spelling his lips shut, and had that gesture taken Harry some time to understand, and Harry took a deep breath before explaining what had him up at this ungodly hour. I'm sure you remember what Dumbledore told the Order about me, the connection and my scar. Harry really didn't want to go into detail and use the words to describe more. Sirius should know what he was talking about, and judging by the suddenly paler face, he did remember. Marvolo has worked hard to create a way to get it out without harming me, and we agreed to do it now and not wait longer. The night of the blue moon seemed like a good choice. Don't want to risk one of the more powerful days, and I'm going to be at Hogwarts for most of those anyway, but a normal day might not be ideal either, so yes, tomorrow. Harry shrugged, suddenly feeling awkward. Rambling was a bad habit of his he wasn't fond of. The sound of Sirius taking a deep breath made Harry focus back on the mirror in his hand. Are there risks? He sounded oddly controlled. Not for me. Bill is pretty sure. The circle contains a lot of rune sequences aiming to protect me. I'm not sure I like that there aren't as many protecting Marvolo as there are for Bill and me. Marcus would be really, I don't even know. I think it would break him to lose his new father so soon after gaining a family. Harry really didn't want to think about how his life would change should Marvolo die with the reintegration of the very last Horcrux. Bill is working on this. I'm sure he made sure that all is set up correctly, and I have to say that it makes me feel better to know that you'll be safer after this is done. There are still people around knowing about that, and who might take exception to him. Sirius took another deep breath, calming down further. Shouldn't you be sleeping, resting to be prepared for the ritual? Harry nodded. He really should be. I simply couldn't sleep. I've been tossing and turning all night so far. Calling you came to mind. Decided you needed to know. Harry nodded into the mirror. His thought process hadn't been that coherent, but it had been a good decision nonetheless. His godfather needed to know that he would be in potential danger pretty soon. Do you feel like you could sleep now? Sirius asked, his grey eyes looking soft in his tanned face. Not really. How's your summer? How are Enora and Noel? They hadn't really talked since Sirius had traveled to stay the summer with his daughters. The time difference had made it difficult. Harry had really missed their talks. It's going quite well. The weather is nice, and the locals don't seem to be as untrusting as they were at the start. Sirius rambled on, slowly talking Harry into a sleepy state. After they had said their farewells, it didn't take long for Harry to drift off into sleep. Ooh, Tuesday, 30th of July 1996, Draco watched as his father almost let himself fall into the armchair he favored in their family parlor. He hadn't seen his father this unsettled often. His hair was even in disarray. They're now settled in the ritual room, and preparations have started. We shouldn't go in there until Mr. Weasley or one of the healers comes to inform us that the ritual has concluded. He raised one hand and used it to move his hair out of his eyes, ruining his careful styling it even more. There's no need to worry so much, love, Draco's mother interjected from where she was playing with Cassiopeia, who was resting on her lap. It's not the first ritual our Lord has conducted here, and you know as well as I that he's more than competent. I'm not worried because I doubt our Lord's competence, but because he has two healers and a curse breaker here to help, and his son will be involved too. The boy was changing into a linen shirt when I left. That would explain why his father was so stressed. Harry would be taking part in a ritual, one that required two healers to be present. What ritual are they going to perform? Draco asked before he could think better of it. I don't know, Draco. There aren't many rituals that would require the attendance of two healers. The last few I witnessed the aftermath of I'm worried. He bent forward, resting his elbows on the armrests and his face in his hands, while his mother started to talk in soothing tones, obviously trying to reassure her husband. Draco's mind raced. Harry had known of this ritual back when he had been at Draco's birthday party, and it was the reason that there would be no birthday party for Harry tomorrow. What were they doing? What kind of ritual was so important that it needed to be done so urgently that a birthday took a less important place? And what important ritual didn't get performed on one of the days of power? Now he was worried as well. Maybe he should distract himself. Am I allowed to visit Theo? Sure, darling. Please ask if he has time before you flew over and be back for dinner, his mother answered, looking over with a smile. Thank you, mother. Theo probably was worried as well. Maybe spending time together would make the waiting easier. Draco almost ran to the flue once he was out in the hall. Malcolm wasn't sure how to feel. His lord's heir was sitting in one corner of the ritual room at Malfoy Manor, meditating in preparation for a ritual that he had witnessed before. That was a clear sign that the boy was to take part in the ritual. That Jugson was here as well was another sign. But Malcolm wasn't sure why the boy was participating in the place where objects had been before, and that was anything but reassuring. Hey, have the fairies got to you? Greengrass, I'm talking to you. Feeling himself blush, Malcolm concentrated on their discussion once more. How mortifying to be this distracted, and to be caught being distracted. I'm sorry. Malcolm took a deep breath and banned his worry for one of his charges. The Dark Lord was powerful in a way that made worrying for him feel redundant, and continued with his rundown of the boy's health. He finished a course of long-term healing potions and nutrition potions just before the school year ended. We had to mend several badly healed bones last summer. I've been monitoring him for possible effects of the Imperius, the Cruciatus, and the Killing Curse. Not that there seemed to be any negative effects. He shrugged, still mystified by the odd fact that there was nothing his scans had shown. Throwing a short look over his shoulder to see what the Dark Lord and the red-headed Cursebreaker were doing, Malcolm huffed a frustrated breath. I don't know what this is about exactly, and therefore don't know why exactly you're here, Jugson. But I guess it's good to have two healers on site when two people are involved in a ritual this complex. Jugson looked contemplative and nodded. I think it would be good to have someone there for Weasley as well, but I guess we'll have to do. Malcolm had the feeling that Jugson was more in the know than he himself. How frustrating, but kind of logical. Jugson was the expert on the long-term and short-term effects of dark magic. He was the expert here, while Malcolm was the family healer, and therefore the expert for the general health of both Lord Slytherin and his heir. So we agree on the division of labor, Jugson asked. You concentrate on our Lord, and I take care of his son as soon as Mr. Weasley gives us the all clear. We've gone over the plan at least 3 times now, Jugson. I already agreed to this plan, because our Lord insists that you take care of his son. You know that you're not helping my nerves with your insistence on going over the plan this many times. Malcolm gave Jugson a withering glare. Sorry for being nervous, and for only knowing about this roughly half a month. I didn't want to believe this for the first week. I've been researching since then. You know this is highly experimental, right? The sarcasm was laid on thick, and Malcolm could do nothing but shrug. Really, what could he say? I assume you can't tell me more that would help me with my work. Jugson just shook his head. You know what to do, Greengrass. You've cared for our Lord more than once after one of these rituals. The addition of our Lord's heir shouldn't change anything for you. Malcolm huffed again, but nodded. He picked up his case of potion files, prepared by Snape, and walked over to the part of the room nearest to where his lord was going to sit inside the circle. It did take longer than if he could have taken a straight path, but he needed to avoid the part of the floor where the circle was being drawn by the two other wizards in the room. Once he reached his designated corner, he started to arrange the potions in the way he always did when he had time to prepare. It was a comfort to know that long practice would help him to pick up the right potions, even under stress, when he placed them just right. Jugson was doing the same on the other side of the room, and the two men crawling around on the floor. Uo deep in concentration, Bill worked on his assigned part of the ritual circle. The chalk moved fluidly over the smooth floor. This ritual room was on par with those that he had used at Gringotts, much better than any they had set up in Egypt, or any he had seen in any other private home. Not that he had seen very many of those. If someone had no extra money, an empty room was not something people tended to keep around. With all the times Marvolo, and he had drawn this exact same room configuration in preparation for this day. Doing it now was slowly leading him into a meditative state. Despite all that rested on this ritual's working as they had designed it, Bill's pulse slowed, his breathing deepened, and he relaxed. Glass was making almost imperceptible noises from the places where the healers were setting up their places. Harry shifted where he was meditating, adding fabric shifting against itself to the cacophony of soft sounds. Chalk on slate, glass against glass, fabric against the floor in itself, the breathing of them all. There were also the smells. Clean linen, the beeswax from the candles, the potion-soaked chalk, the variety of dried herbs in their bowls mixed with the scent of human sweat, and not a bit of soap or cologne. Even the two healers, who weren't involved directly in the ritual, had cleaned themselves and had changed into simply linen shirts just like the rest of them. They would probably look silly if someone were watching from outside. Adding a last curl to one of the runes, Bill stood and carefully moved out of the circle to start inspecting their work, Marvolo's and his own. Nodding to himself, Bill came to the conclusion that this circle was perfect. Now he needed to make sure that he didn't mess up the chance. Uo Marvolo was nervous, very nervous, more nervous than when he had been sitting under the sorting hat as an 11-year-old boy, or when he had done his very first ritual. After that, he had lost his fear and nerves. Maybe it had been teenage arrogance. Maybe it had been the fact that he had started to cut up his soul. Marvolo didn't know, and he didn't care. He was nervous now. He had prepared as best he could, had gotten competent help, something he had never really done before this quest to patch his soul back up, and he had been working on regret. It seemed to have helped with the cup. It couldn't do any harm now. It was a logical conundrum to feel regret for something that had made his current living situation possible. If he hadn't killed Harry's parents, he would never have adopted the boy or Marcus. Maybe he never would have regained a large part of his soul, staying insane. It was also quite possible that he would have one and destroyed everything. In fact, that problem had kept Marvolo up at night until he had decided to talk with Mrs. Goyle about it. He was happy with the way his life was now. Was it possible to feel regret for what had happened to make that possible? She had helped him understand that it was possible, even quite normal, to feel contradictory things at the same time, and even about the same situation. And feeling the way he did, Marvolo had to concede that she was right. Everything is prepared, Bill said, drawing the attention of all the adult wizards, and not Harry's, who seemed deep in meditation. It's almost time, Healer Jugson said, before shutting his mouth, his teeth clicking against each other. Not willing to concentrate on impertinent subordinates, Marvolo just nodded and moved to touch Harry's shoulder, rousing him from his calm, meditative state. Harry blinked sleepily, shaking his head a little before his green eyes focused on Marvolo. Everything ready? Yes, only we two are missing from the picture, Marvolo said in a poor attempt at humor. Do you need a hand up? Harry started to shake his head, but when he fell back onto his behind on his first attempt to stand, he changed the motion to a nod. Yes, please. I think my legs have fallen asleep. How long will this take? Sitting on this floor is cold and not all that comfortable. I'm not sure how much longer I can do it. Without much effort, Harry still was pretty lanky. Marvolo pulled Harry to stand, then let go of the boy's hand. Harry shook out his legs and used his shirt to dry his sweaty palms. Not too long, I would hope. Marvolo tried to sound reassuring, but he was pretty sure that his attempt fell flat. Harry gave a wavering smile, and on a whim Marvolo embraced his son. How he wished that he had ceded to Severus' request that night. A stunner was a pretty easy spell to cast, not hard at all, and so effective. It was not important that if he had done that, Harry probably would be dead right now. But with that killing curse, he had killed another descendant of Slytherin. She had been family, and he hadn't learned of that fact until much too late. Harry's arms snaked around Marvolo's torso, returning the hug that Marvolo really didn't want to break. He was glad that he had Harry as his son, but because of what he had done, Harry had had to grow up without a mother, just as Marvolo had. So many missed opportunities. He should have done something else, anything else. I'm so very sorry. Marvolo whispered into his son's unruly dark hair, tightening the embrace and wishing he could change the past, change what he had done. I know, Harry whispered back. Suddenly there was a red glow very near Marvolo's face, where the scar had been on Harry's forehead since the night Marvolo, no, Voldemort, had tried to kill him as a baby. The glow got brighter and brighter, and a deep burning pain spread through Marvolo's chest before there was a sudden burst of dust-like substance in red around both Harry and Marvolo, enveloping them before surging into Marvolo's mouth, which he had opened as he gasped in pain. There was no panic, even as Marvolo knew he should feel panic. This wasn't what was supposed to happen. Not at all. Suddenly, all pain was gone, as well as the feeling in his arms and legs. While falling to the floor, Marvolo wondered what exactly had happened here, and how long they would have to delay the ritual. Before he lost consciousness, he saw Malcolm and Jeremy bending over him and Harry, looking worried, casting what looked like diagnostics. Then everything went dark. Friday, 31st of July 1996. Dad said that he and Harry need to rest today, sleep a lot, so I get to stay with you, Aiden. Marcus was rambling on and on to his little friend, while Severus was setting up the stations and tools they would need today. He had been working on another version of the paper for the family connection potion they had been working on intermittently, when his lord's call had reached him. It had been shocking to be led to the bedroom by the elf, instead of to the study or one of the parlors. Only too gladly had he accepted the assignment to transport one of the communication mirrors to Nut House to give to his godson. Why do they need to rest? The little Nut boy asked, swinging his legs where he was sitting on one of the tall stools in the potions laboratory of the house. Dad said that they were doing some pretty complicated magic yesterday, and now they're tired, Marcus answered with an air of seriousness that was kind of amusing in a kid as young as he was. And so it went back and forth, and Severus had a few moments to contemplate what exactly had gone down in Malfoy Manor the day before. It was entirely possible that the Dark Lord had attempted to remove the soul shard from his heir on the night of the blue moon they had had yesterday. That both were alive, if forced to rest, was promising, but no sure indication that it actually had worked, if that were even what they had tried to do. Severus would need to get some more information to be sure of what had happened, and if it had worked. If it was tied to the soul shard Dumbledore had claimed was residing in young Harry, Severus was pretty sure that his lord would make sure a positive outcome would become known in some way. But isn't your brother as old as Theo? Father told Theo that he's not allowed to perform magic during the holidays, Aiden said, drawing Severus' attention. Actually, Severus interjected, if under the supervision of a parent, a child may perform magic outside of school, the important part being the supervision. Speaking of which, I'm finished with setting up. Both boys perked up significantly, making Severus smile one of his almost not their smiles. Let me move you closer. A wave of his wand was enough to bring the boys over to the high working bench Severus had prepared. Now pay attention. Teaching smaller groups than a normal class was a lot more agreeable to him. Seeing how the two boys concentrated on him and his words, so eager to learn, was a balm on his frayed nerves. When working with knives, as we will be doing today, you need to make sure to keep your fingers clear of the blade. If you're not using your knife, you will place it over your cutting board, closer to the middle of the workbench than to the edge, so it will not fall. Severus demonstrated what he had explained with slow and slightly exaggerated movements. Show me, he encouraged the boys to copy his movements, and had a harder time hiding his smile as Marcus repeated what he had been shown with his tongue poking out just slightly. Well done. Now place your knife back down and watch. I'll demonstrate how to best cut herbs into pieces if a specific size isn't required. Severus waited until both Aidan and Marcus had placed their knives down before he started to show and explain how to cut with a rocking motion. Later, he would let the boys work a handful of beetles into a fine powder. That would be a good way to end the lesson, something fun and not too complicated. "That's really fun, Uncle Save," Marcus called out, carefully cutting some fresh mint to shreds, getting a little enthusiastic. "I know, Marcus. Please be careful and don't move too fast. When you start out, you should move slowly until you get more practice." Seeing Marcus react on the spot, slowing down, was so different from the unheeded advice he called out in his classroom at Hogwarts. Small children in small groups were maybe easier than preteens in groups close to 20. "Will you tell us a story later? Aidan's dad isn't really good at telling them, and Dad needs to go to bed early today." Marcus nodded decisively. "He said I can stay another night here." "So will you tell us a story?" For a moment, Severus had a refusal on his lips, but then he thought it might be good practice. Soon enough he would be a father himself, and even though the baby would not be able to comprehend a story at first, a time would come when he had to tell bedtime stories. "Do you two have a favorite story? Marcus, Aidan, the Fountain of Fair Fortune," Marcus called out, thrusting a small fist into the air. "Jack and the Beanstalk" was Aidan's favorite, called out just as loudly as Marcus had been. Severus nodded seriously. "I know them both. How do we determine which story I'll tell?" For a moment the boys were thinking, then Marcus got a dangerous gleam in his eyes, and a small grin spread over his face. "Tell both." Severus chuckled. That was a simple solution for the problem, and in favor of the boys. Only if you manage to keep concentrating through the next two ingredients. Eager nodding signaled the boys' agreement, and Severus exchanged the cutting boards. "Now let us cut some carrots. They are not really used in potions, but their structure is similar to some other plant roots that are used in potions, and therefore they are perfect to practice on, especially as many other roots were poisonous and better substituted for if one was working with young children. Look closely." Ooh, Saturday, 3rd of August 1996, letting his gaze wander over the crowd populating the gardens of Potter Manor. Harry sighed a little. It would have been nice to have a birthday party like the one Draco had had a few weeks back. Too bad that it was necessary for as many people as possible to see that Harry was well, and they had invited everyone. And that meant everyone. All the department heads from the ministry were there. Amelia Bones was playing with Marcus, and the other younger children. Minister Fudge was over by the buffet filling a plate with the delicious cake Flim and Henbane had prepared for this party. The Weasleys had been invited as well. All of Harry's year mates had been invited. It felt like a bigger crowd than had been attending the World Cup the summer before 4th year. Not that it was, but it felt like it. "There you are." Harry turned from his spot to come face to face with Ron, who looked as if he had spent days outside in the sun. "Ron, I'm happy you could make it. Your family has an odd tendency to be late." Harry chuckled, feeling the urge to hug his friend, but refraining because he had no idea how Ron would react. He made a face. Ginny couldn't decide what to wear, and Mum sent the twins back more than once to empty out their pockets. I'm sure they brought some of the canary creams anyway. Ron thrust a box wrapped in red paper sprinkled with fluttering golden snitches at Harry. "Here, I hope you like it." Harry accepted the present with a smile. "Thanks. Good thing you arrived after the receiving line was finished, so I can open it now and don't have to wait until later. Have you seen the table with all those gifts?" Harry shook his head. Dudley would pale if he could see the number of presents Harry had been given for his 16th birthday. "Let's go over to the others. Luna has found a nice mossy spot over there and said she would gather the others so we can stay away from all the political stuff." "That's a good idea." Ron's relief was obvious in his voice, which made Harry laugh. He felt so light he could dance. "Then let's go." Abandoning his task of gathering food for their group, he could ask Flim to deliver them a basket anyway. The elf would be happy. Harry clutched the parcel closer to his chest and carefully chose a path through the decorated garden. He didn't plan to be intercepted and drawn into a long and boring conversation. They dodged a few groups of lords and ladies of the Wisengamot and hastily ducked behind a pair of corpulent wizards in garish robes to hide from a group of Marcus and his friends before reaching a small copse of birches, slipping through the branches into the center. "Harry, Ron, come on, sit down." Hermione waved her arms in their direction, while Luna was plucking small flowers from the ground, weaving a flower crown, and Draco helped Theo to drape blankets over the ground so they could sit comfortably. "That looks cozy," Harry remarked, walking over to the blanket already smoothed out and sitting down tailor fashion. This was much more comfortable than the floor in the Malfoys' ritual room. "Did you forget about the food?" Daphne demanded, sitting down much more gracefully than Harry had done, shooting him a playful glare. "No, I did not." Harry glared right back, carefully setting the present down on the blanket before him. "Flim," he called the house elf assigned to him and Marcus, who appeared a moment later with a soft popping sound. "How can Flim help young Master Harry and his friends?" Flim asked, bowing as was his way. "Please bring us a basket with a variety of the food from the buffet, Flim. And if father searches for me, let him know that I have retreated with my friends for a little bit of quiet." "Flim will do that, young Master Harry." The elf bowed again and was gone. Before they could say a word, a basket filled to the brim appeared next to Harry. "I agree that was better than trying to sneak food from the buffet," Draco said, bending over the basket and plucking out a small pastry. "There's a pitcher of lemonade in here, and glasses." It didn't take long until they all were sitting on blankets in the speckled light and shade of the leaves moving in the light breeze, happily eating cake, pastries, and other delicious confections. "Open the present, Harry. I'm really curious what Ron got you, and I don't think Gran will let me stay long enough to get to see you unwrapping that mountain of presents in the flu room," Neville said, handing the lemonade to Daphne, who accepted with a murmured thanks. Harry laughed, but complied with Neville's request by putting his plate down and picking the present up. "Sure. I fear that I'll have to spend hours unwrapping presents and even more hours writing all those thank you notes." With a grin towards Ron, Harry pretended to carefully unstick the spello tape before he ripped the paper to shreds. The falling paper revealed a big book about dragons. The title was Dragon Anatomy and Scale Patterns, and it was quite a hefty tome. "Cool." Harry opened the book, and the first thing he saw was a detailed sketch of the muscles that enabled dragons to fly. Charlie said it's the best book on how dragons are built, and Hermione said such books help artists to create good pictures of things. "I hope you can use it." Ron's ears had turned red. "It's great, Ron. In the 1-week course I had on sketching poses, we worked a lot with anatomical references. This is a really good book and present, thank you." It had been a good course, but Harry wasn't sure if he wanted to look closer into portraits and the human form. But magical creatures were something different. "Glad you like it," Ron said, quickly averting his eyes and concentrating on his plate of chocolate cake. "You haven't told us yet if you were accepted in Filch's art class," Theo said, from where he was sitting near the edge of the clearing, peering out from time to time as if he was searching for something or someone. "No, you got an outstanding both in defense and potions. I still can't really believe that one, and an acceptable in history, of all things. But you didn't tell us if you were accepted into the arts class." Theo threw Harry a look before turning back to watch the people milling about outside their hiding place. "Yes, I was accepted, and I got a long list of supplies I need to buy. It seems that we'll be making our own paints." Harry felt himself blush, and automatically drew his hand through his hair. The letter that Mr. Filch had written and sent on the same day his OWL results and normal school letter had been sent had been really flattering and demanding. Filch was convinced that Harry could become a great artist if he applied himself and practiced daily. It had been mortifying and encouraging all at once. "Harry," Hermione suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Harry, or more accurately his forehead. "You scar. It's almost gone." And there was the first person noticing the change, and also mentioning it. Harry wasn't sure Hermione truly was the first to notice, but most of the adults were politicians and unlikely to speak about something like this. It was the reason Harry had agreed readily to inviting basically everyone, so that as many people as possible could, hopefully would, notice the change and speak about it. They needed for everyone to know so that those in the know about the Horcrux would learn it was gone without them needing to tell anyone. "Yeah," Harry nodded with a small smile. "Father found something that works on reducing the scarring. We hope it'll be gone almost completely in a few years." And they did. Professor Snape had brewed a special scar-reducing cream that Harry was putting on every night before going to bed. "That's great," Hermione gushed, a knowing look in her eyes. And through the following discussions of plans, which classes they all planned to take up to Newt's, Daphne's attempts to get her parents to agree to a betrothal to the Muggle-born wizard she had fallen in love with, Ron's enthusiastic tales about his time at the Dragon Reserve. Harry noticed the looks. Draco seemed to have figured out that this was somehow tied to the ritual Harry had taken part in just before his birthday. Theo seemed still to be puzzling things out, in between kissing Ginny, who had found them after they had half finished their basket. Neville seemed to know more about the whole Horcrux debacle than Harry had thought he would. Maybe his gran had told him about what Dumbledore had revealed to the Order in an attempt to gain their loyalty when he had started to lose control of the situation back in the last year. Or maybe Neville had overheard enough to put the pieces together. Harry decided to not bring it up, just as Marvolo and he had discussed beforehand. The ritual they had done was absolutely illegal if anyone ever got to know it existed and put it on the list with other rituals of a similar design. They wanted it known that the Horcrux was removed and that Harry was no longer an obstacle between death and Marvolo, but they couldn't admit to performing rituals. Even when the Horcrux in Harry had been removed through the only known way before Marvolo had started to search for an alternative. In fact, Marvolo still wasn't sure his regret for Harry's mother's death had been great and heartfelt enough to make what had happened possible. "Come on, let's play a round of Quidditch," Draco suddenly said, getting up from the ground, brushing down his fancy robes. "I'm sure we can get enough people to have 2 full teams and find an adult to charm a pair of those kiddie bludgers, so we can play almost like at Hogwarts." Draco rolled his eyes at mentioning the kiddie bludgers, making Harry laugh. "That's a good idea. Otherwise Father might come search for me. Can't really get out of the job of entertaining my guests at my own birthday party." Looking around the clearing, Harry saw a lot of dirty plates, empty glasses, and blankets with crumbs on them. Flim. "Please clean up here." Hermione gave him a shove on one of his shoulders, giving him an accusing look. "Please." Hermione nodded approvingly and followed the others out of their hiding place, leaving a grinning Harry behind. Life was good, and Harry was looking forward to their next year at Hogwarts. "Ooh, you look content," Amelia half stated, half asked of Marvolo as she stepped up to the part of the buffet with child-proofing charms around it. She really wanted to have some wine right about now. She had forgotten how demanding a small child could be compared to a teenager. Marvolo hummed, considering before he smiled, toasting with his own glass of red wine. "Probably because I am. So whatever you had planned is finished." Amelia, of course, was aware of the possibility of being overheard, but without the context of that worrying meeting when Marvolo explained his plans to rewrite his will, no one should be able to use any of what they were speaking of now against either of them. "Yes." It worked out differently from what I had planned, but it did work out in the end. When Marvolo smirked, Amelia narrowed her eyes, which made him smirk even more. No more plans scaring Amelia almost to death. That he held his hand over his heart didn't help Amelia stay serious, but she did her best to glare at him anyway. When he started to chuckle, Amelia lost it too. "You're terrible. You do know that, don't you?" He only nodded unrepentantly, smiling a true smile. "I wanted to ask you something for a while now. You know that there's an enchantment on the Wisengamot chamber alerting the auras on guard to identity-concealing spellwork. It's not perfect. For instance, it doesn't react at all to metamorph magie, but reacts to even the smallest cosmetic charm. And, well, it's kind of silly, but you have registered with those charms every single time that you were inside the chambers. I know that it isn't my place to ask, but I have to confess that I'm seriously curious why you would constantly have such a small charm on you that registers with those enchantments." Amelia trailed off, blushing. She had been curious for a while now, but never felt the moment was right to ask. And now she wasn't so sure that it was worth asking at all. Marvolo smiled a little sadly at her question, making Amelia feel even more uncomfortable. She should just not have asked. "Some things seem to leave their marks, and I'd rather not remind people just looking at me of an uncomfortable past." That hadn't really answered her question, but asking for clarification would be more than rude. So she just nodded and changed the topic again. If he had some scales on his face he wanted to hide, he was totally allowed to do that. Chapter 109, Epilogue. Chapter text Harry watched with unease as his father carefully moved over the meticulously prepared floor, drawing the lines of a runic circle. He really wished that this wasn't happening. But as he had known for decades by now, Marvolo was set to perform this ritual, to make sure that the information on Horcruxes and all their drawbacks would be available to everyone contemplating their use, in the hope of giving them enough information to make them reconsider. Please, you knew as well as I that this was coming, and as sorry as I am that father will no longer be with us. The fact that there's something he fears more than death is a big step for him. Marcus had come over to stand with Harry, placing a hand on his shoulder in an attempt to console his older brother. I know that father fears dementia more than he fears death, but with everything he managed to invent, why does he insist on this ritual? He could stay with us for several decades still. Harry wanted to pace, but refrained because he didn't want to agitate his wife. Tara was standing with their 5 daughters and their partners, so he dropped his voice down to almost a whisper and moderated his gestures. Don't you wish that he would be with us longer? Harry, Marcus sighed, clearly struggling with how to word what he wanted to say. Yes, it's true that I wish father would stay. I would like for him to be still here when my youngest graduates and I become a grandfather. But he has planned this for so long. Marcus trailed off, looking back to where his wife and husband were talking to their adult children and their spouses. Harry still was happy that he and Marvolo had managed to make marriages of more than 2 people legal, so that those families built with the use of Severus, completion of the Antiro's potion, could legally stay together, with all the advantages, for instance the handling of material possessions such as houses. That both Marcus and his husband liked women as well had made for an interesting family dynamic from Harry's point of view. But you know how obsessed he's been with making sure others don't repeat his error, making sure every magical library will hold a copy of his book as long as there are individuals able to perform the magic needed to split a soul. I can understand why he wants that. Harry huffed. Marcus was always so reasonable about everything. Even after all those years, his sorting into Ravenclaw was still obvious and understandable. You'll make a great Lord Slytherin. Harry had taken the position as Lord Potter after he had finished his apprenticeship in art on the continent. But when he never had a son, only girls, they had transferred the title of heir Slytherin to Marcus, who had several sons able to speak Parseltongue. I still struggle with being that diplomatic. Don't be too hard on yourself, Harry. You and father have come far in removing a lot of the bad laws and senseless bans, and you're a renowned artist. Marcus once again placed his hand on Harry's shoulder, shaking him a little. You did finish that portrait of father. We won't lose him completely. Harry brushed his brother's hand away. Marcus really was trying to comfort him, but Harry didn't want to be comforted. Portraits are not my main, please, Marcus. Let me wallow in my guilt and grief. The fact that we needed to go to Albania for this should be hint enough that this isn't some benign magic. And regardless of my understanding of father's reasons for this, Harry waved his hand around the rune circle, the pyre, and the members of their family gathered around. I still would rather keep my father. Harry would have been happy if there was no country allowing the use of a willing human sacrifice, because as bizarre as it was, his father wouldn't go against the law to do this. Marcus sighed and embraced Harry. I know, brother, I would rather keep him too. While Marcus wandered back towards his immediate family, Harry turned around to wait for other guests, fighting to keep his occlumency going. When he saw who had just arrived, Harry smiled a little, despite the tense situation. Severus, Sonia, I'm happy you could make it. Harry embraced first Sonia, her hair gone completely grey by now, and then Severus, once again marveling how much their relationship had changed since Severus had been Professor Snape. We are too, Sonia said with a sad smile. Sadly, the twins couldn't make it. As the heads of Slytherin and Gryffindor, Severus made a face while his wife explained, but it was obvious that Severus was only joking, as he had done since the younger of the twins had been sorted into Gryffindor. They had to go to the school early to prepare everything. Desperate and full of tension, Harry turned fully towards Severus. Please, Severus, did you find anything to cure father? If we could remove the reason father wants to go through with this ritual of his now, he could stop. Harry knew the possibility that Severus had found something was slim, but he also knew that Severus didn't want his friend and Lord to die either. The healers haven't found anything, and I haven't found anything either. The onset of dementia is clearly tied to the fact that Marvolo's body was created through a dark magical ritual. Short of creating a new body and transferring his mind and soul to it, there is no way. And you know enough to realize that such an endeavor would be dark magic as well. Severus was patient, much more patient than he had been as a potions professor, while he explained. I know. Harry's voice was small and defeated. And I'm sure you tried to find a way to bind a book to the existence of magical humans, so it'll appear in all magical libraries. That doesn't need a willing human sacrifice. Harry nodded. He had tried, he really had, but it was useless. The requirements that Marvolo had written down for the ritual, and that he insisted on needed to be met, demanded a level of power that wasn't to be gained any other way. I wish I didn't understand why Father wants to do this, but I do, kind of. Making sure no other desperate teenager would find fragmented information, making a horrible mistake. Harry did understand. But he was anything but happy. When Marvolo finished, he called everyone over. Marcus and Harry walked over to say their goodbyes. Lots of tears were shed as the head of their family said farewell to everyone. Harry really didn't want to let him go and held the embrace, even as Marvolo carefully indicated that it was time to let go. Please, my son, I love you, but knowing that I will lose myself, I'd rather perform this ritual, giving my life willingly, than become a burden to you, your brother, and your families. Harry's hissed reply was almost choked with his tears. I love you. I'll miss you. Later, Harry would only remember snatches of the ritual, Marvolo climbing onto the pyre, his book, to be magically bound to be available everywhere, any time, and an athame the only things with him. The sound of blood and the flare of the fire starting and consuming the body of Lord Marvolo Slytherin. An important part of Harry's life had just ended. Later, Tara wrapped her arms around Harry, offering her silent support as their daughters who had finished school, the youngest one hadn't been able to come, gathered around them. There was a future here. With time, Harry would learn to look forward and remember his father fondly. But for today and the near future, he would mourn his father.